Israel.
Shalom.
Welcome to the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. We are here in our new location in Stafford, Texas, 231 FM 1092, Stafford, Texas, 77477. It's part of the surrounding cities of Houston. Our class times are the same. If you made it to this one, then you know that this class starts at 10. A little after 10, but you know. We're going to go to about 2. Virginia, they have a Sabbath class as well, and Rochester, and San Antonio. So don't slack, just thinking that, you know, the class days that shown on the poster there are the only days. We all have Sabbath classes. So check us out at all of our schools here in Houston, in Virginia, in Rochester, and in San Antonio. We also have the Blog Talk with Mashaba. That's blogtalkradio.com/Mashaba. Talks Pabi on there, Mashaba, Bonabad. Very good teachers. We have other YouTube channels. If you subscribe to this one, then you'll see all the other ones at the top of the page. Every Sunday, we have the kids class, and that's at 1 p.m. The feast, everyone knows, is like the Super Bowl, the Israelite Super Bowl. This is what I call it. It's like the Israelite Super Bowl. Because it's like the biggest shindig, the biggest feast day that we celebrate. The beginning of another year, you know, us coming out of Egypt, it's the Passover. So we're gonna be celebrating that April 17th here in Houston. So I hope y'all got your tickets. If you're out of town, hope you arrange a place to stay. It's gonna go down. I hope you're here for more than just the weekend too. So we can actually get some time together, you know, rub elbows, hang out, you know, talk about things that we don't talk about online. All right, so I hope I see all you brothers here and sisters. Israelware, they're no longer accepting orders, but if you have the Friends of subscription, they're still getting them out to you guys. Hebrew Academy is done every Monday in Rochester and Virginia, and every Tuesday here in Houston. If you need to reach a preacher teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia at 757-300-4047, or you can reach Priest Partazak at 303-557-8979. And text only during class. Outside of class, you can give them a call or however you feel. We do have a business. It's called Sweet Ambiance. You know, y'all know about it. Y'all smelt this. Smelling righteous and royal and priestly. So check us out. Sweet Ambiance. Keep yourself smelling good. Keep your house smelling good. Keep your car smelling good. Keep your home smelling good. You know, stay popping. All right. If you want to make any donations, you can drop that into the Wells Fargo account. That info should be there right on the screen. The Wells Fargo account. Or you can Cash App. We got Cash App, you know. We got Zelle as well. We got Google Wallet. We got all the forms of payment that you can ever hope to want to have. We even accept fried chicken if you got that. So, you know, send your fried chicken in, you know, and you know we'll eat on that, or we'll sell it to put it towards the school. That's it for the announcements.
Let's open it up with the prayers so we can get on to this reading.
Yes,
I might give Dr. Don. Remember, just a reminder that y'all know Passover is on the 17th. Today is the 9th. We got 11 days, so we're not going to be doing Sabbath class next weekend. No class Friday, no class Saturday.
That's it.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Latanawa.
A war. Zayawam.
The water. Aman.
That's blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. The light represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding we attain through the scriptures. Matthew chapter 5, verse 16 says, "Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father that which is in heaven."
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Rayah.
Rayah.
Nayachecha.
Nayachecha.
Tawada. Aman.
Aman.
That's blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. Psalms 141 verse 2 says, "Let my prayers be set forth before thee as incense."
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Hashabbat.
Hashabbat.
Ba'shalom.
Ba'shalom.
Tawada.
Tawada.
Aman.
Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anashai.
Anashai. Ayanyamyah.
Al-Haharyam.
Al-Haharyam.
Na'ayah.
Na'ayah.
Wabawa'ah.
Wabawa'ah.
Isaiah.
Isaiah.
Isaiah. Wabawa'ah.
Wabawa'ah.
Ma-Yahweh.
Ma-Yahweh.
Sha'aisha.
Sha'aisha.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Ra'aratazah.
Ra'aratazah.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yanathan.
Yanathan.
Namawat.
Namawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawam.
Yawam.
Shashawamar.
Shashawamar.
Yasharallah.
Yasharallah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shamaria.
Shamaria.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazalia.
Tazalia.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Yam
Yam.
Yad.
Yad.
Hashamash.
Hashamash.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Akaya.
Akaya.
Bayawam.
Bayawam.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Halabana.
Halabana.
Balayala.
Balayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamaria.
Yashamaria.
Makorai.
Makorai.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Napashya.
Napashya.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Awalakya.
Awalakya.
Wawa'aya.
Wawa'aya.
Ma'aitan.
Ma'aitan.
Wa'ai.
Wa'ai.
Iwalam.
Iwalam.
Aman.
Aman.
Psalms 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Hear Israel. Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
This is the Lord's Prayer. Awanawa.
Awanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Wadash.
Wadash.
Ayad.
Ayad.
Shemka.
Shemka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malakwavka.
Malakwavka.
Taba'ah.
Taba'ah.
Ratazaka.
Ratazaka.
Ayah.
Ayah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ba'aratazah.
Ba'aratazah.
Tawa.
Tawa.
Ayah.
Ayah.
Bashamayim.
Bashamayim.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Lacham.
Lacham.
Kol.
Kol.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Masalach Nawa.
Masalach Nawa.
Hawawath Nawa.
Hawawath Nawa.
Masalach Nawa.
Masalach Nawa.
Hawawath Yenawa.
Hawawath Yenawa.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Abiyanawa.
Abiyanawa.
Wanasaya one.
Wanasaya one.
A ball.
A ball.
Awashai Nawa.
Awashai Nawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rai.
Rai.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Hamalakwa.
Hamalakwa.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Wahatapa Araf.
Wahatapa Araf.
La'ai
La'ai
Aman.
Aman.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Ha? Aishara.
Aishara.
Matazawa.
Matazawa.
10 Commandments.
Number 1, La'a.
La'a.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Aharyim.
Aharyim.
Alpanya.
Alpanya. Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
2, La'a.
La'a.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Laka.
Laka.
Asal.
Asal.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Ibadam.
Ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
3, La'a.
La'a.
Talakwak'at.
Talakwak'at.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashwa.
Thou shalt not take the name of Yahweh thy power in vain.
4, Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Ashabat.
Ashabat.
Lakwadashwa.
Lakadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5, Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Amaka.
Wa'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
6, La'a.
La'a.
Laratazak.
Daratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
7, La'a.
La'a.
Tana'at.
Tana'at.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
8, La'a.
La'a.
Daganah.
Daganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
9, La'a.
La'a.
Ta'inah.
Ta'inah.
Shakur.
Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
10, La'a.
La'a.
Tachamad.
Tachamad.
Kol.
Kol.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Lara'aika.
Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Water.
The water.
Yad.
The yad.
Come on.
Amen.
Shabbat, which means be seated.
Please. It is allergy season and my allergies are sick. Put that on that. As soon as we like that thing. The back of the room. My ear.
Tickling in the ear.
Yeah, bro. I feel like somebody putting a feather in my head and twisting.
Yeah, and it's like in the inner ear. It's not like right there we can reach.
You said what?
Yeah.
Yeah, my throat and literally right in the ear canal, but not where your finger can get to itch it, but like deep in the membranes. Yeah, man. Oh, I've been dealing with this 2 weeks now. Jeez. Got one? Yeah. So where we at? So we read last week in Leviticus. We're gonna read again this week in Leviticus. Right? Last week, who was here? I'm one. Who here? Right. What did we go over last week, real quick?
Plague of leprosy.
Right. We talked about leprosy. Right. The different. What's the different leprosies?
Leprosy. The different leprosies are one that's dirty leprosy. Is whenever your skin pigmentation goes.
Well, give me the broader, like.
There's a clean leper and there's a.
On a person, on a garment.
Oh, the garment is
Right.
actually like mildew, mold,
Right.
stuff like that.
So you got the leprosy that could be on your body.
Con,
You got the leprosy that could be on your garment, and you got the leprosy that could be in your house.
con.
Right. So
Black mold.
right, black mold. Remember the garments were made out of animal skins and animal product. So the animal was diseased, or if that garment wasn't cleaned properly, it could pop up with some type of bacteria that would grow on the garment. You'd have to get rid of the garment. I don't think we went into the plagues in the house, the leprosy in the house last week. I think we're going to talk about this week.
We went into the plague of the body with the little spots, blemishes, whether the priest will set them away 7 days,
Right.
see if it grows or not.
Right.
And then also the clean leper, whether your whole body is actually, your whole pigmentation is gone.
Right.
So
All your melanin, all your pigment.
Right.
So you have those like albinoism would be a form, right? All their pigment is gone, all their whole skin, their hair, everything has no melanin in it. So yeah, we went into the plague of leprosy, and again, it's gonna go in chapter 14. I think we're gonna talk about that a little bit more. gonna go into what you do, you know, the cleansing of it. So, without further ado, I don't like to hear my own voice. Yeah. Let's get the first one. Go ahead.
I read up on that. Not liking to hear your own voice.
Nobody does.
It's because your bone vibrates inside of you, and that's what you hear, and you sound decent to yourself. But when you hear yourself on audio, it doesn't sound the same because you're hearing what everyone else hears, and not what you hear internally.
Yeah. Sound whack. First reader. Yeah, come on. Where are you going? They're both gonna get down.
Yeah.
Y'all both gonna get this all day. He can. Yeah. How do you leave? Magana war shop at the show, Yahawada, Banya Sha'ala, Aymaya, Barak,
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatam.
Yahawada, Shim Yahushua Barakatah. Hey, y'all are both gonna come up here. Regime change.
Y'all start going to South America.
You said what?
Y'all start going to South America. Start camp.
We're already doing that, bro. We're already doing it. You didn't come back and we're leaving. Is it?
It wasn't in Argentina.
Seems like Argentina would be a lot better than Brazil. Argentina. Yeah, so we're at Leviticus chapter 14 and verse 1. You're going to read the verse 20. It's not a long reading. I mean, we're only doing 2 chapters in Leviticus, so shouldn't be here all day.
Leviticus.
Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 14, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, This shall be the law of the leper in the day of his cleansing. He shall be brought unto the priest, and the priest shall go forth out of the camp, and the priest shall look, and behold, if the plague of leprosy be healed in the leper, then shall the priest command to take for him that is to be cleansed 2 birds alive and clean, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop.
What were, and you online can answer too, what were, when the priest separated a man with leprosy, what were they trying to assess on that man? Like, okay, first of all, did you just come down with leprosy out of nowhere?
No.
Like, oh, all of a sudden, he's just a leper. Boom, just a leper.
We didn't even have pimples.
Right. We didn't walk around with those blemishes, right? So usually the onset of some sort of leprosy was an outward showing of what? Right, some sort of breach in that person's spirit, some sort of misconduct, some sort of misdoing, right? I mean, just think about it. When you binge eat, and you pop up with pimples, what happens? Well, that's showing you that you shouldn't be eating that way, right? So the leprosy wasn't, it didn't just appear out of nowhere. It put you away to assess you physically, but also to assess you spiritually. So there was 2 things that were going on. They wanted to make sure that whatever was going on with you physically didn't spread, and whatever was going on with you spiritually didn't spread also throughout the camp. Right? If it was lack of faith, if it was doubt, if it was hatred, if it was anger, you know, a lot of those sicknesses come on. We went through it last week. I don't want to reiterate or you know all I said last week, but we went to the wisdom of Solomon and showing that what the earthly tabernacle weighs down the mind, but the mind weighs down the body. It's a give and take. It's an ebb and flow. If your mind is corrupt, then down the line it's going to corrupt your body, and vice versa. Then the body is corrupt, and the mind is upset because the body is ill, and it just keeps this never-ending cycle. So the priests were looking at you spiritually to see what were the issues that you were dealing with. What were the things that were bringing on the leprosy? Why did Miriam get hit with leprosy out of nowhere? Well, she was murmuring against Moses. Just think about it. All that murmuring, all that backbiting, all that whispering. It's like you're holding in a level of stress that, you know, when you try to hold anything in, it's going to try to release itself in other ways. That's what your body does when you try to hold in all that anger, that hurt, that depression, that fear. When you try to bottle those things down, it comes out. It manifests itself in different ways. So you may get a weird pimple here and there, a cyst here and there. You know, if you're eating bad and your body is to detox and it can't detox everything properly, that's why you have pores. You sweat. That's why you pee. That's why you defecate. That's why you spit, to release toxins. But if those functions aren't working, then it's going to come through any way it can to leave the body. It's the same thing with those spirits. When they're on you, they're going to try to leave any way they can. And again, I always say it, we're physical creatures. We're in a flesh. So things manifest, things have to manifest physically in certain instances for us to see. These things happen at these times so the priest could see. Okay, this is what's going on. What's going on? Something's up. Something's up. You know, you popping up with some weird rash on your whole body, right? Top half of your body got some weird rash. You pull your shirt off, they're like, what the hell's going on here? First thing that they're gonna do, they're gonna examine your skin. Then they might go look at that garment and say, okay, what's going on with this garment? Oh, well, you mix fabrics. You mix wool and linen. So you took away the functionality of both fabrics, so now your body is confused. You're hot and cold. And what does confusion bring? All that chaos, right? All the byproduct of the confusion, or taking things out of its function, is now I got these people, I guess we like to call them here heat bumps. Heat bumps, right? Well, yeah, because the fabric ain't breathing. You're sweating. The fabric is not breathing for your sweat to rise to the surface and then evaporate away. It just sits on your skin. You already got bacteria. So now that bacteria on your skin is just sitting there on top of water and not breathing, it goes anaerobic. You get a funky smell. You get a nice little rash. That's how that works. It's easy. That's how you get little heat bumps. We talked about the jock itch. We talked about the foot fungus. We talked about all those different things. Well, think about it. When you muffle your body, especially in these crevices, and you put on hot wool and these different things, you put them on and you cover up the pores. How is that heat and that sweat escaping? It's not. So that's why you get the foot funguses. That's why you get the bacterial vaginosis for women. They'll wear like pants that are too tight. Your body has to breathe. So that's one aspect. That's one aspect. So, we're gonna go into it. Just want to kind of without redoing all of last week's class, to reiterate a few things. But remember, the priests were checking out these things. Go to the priests. They would examine you physically, examine your spirit. How you feeling? What's going on with you? What were you doing? Right? It says a wise man know the estate of his flock. So they're going to check the estate of their flock. When a man is with his sheep, what is he doing with each one of those sheep? He's watching how they walk. He's looking at how they eat. He's looking at how they stand. He's looking at everything to see, wait a minute, what changed? Right? Did a wolf come in and bite one of them in the leg? Why is he limping? Why is she bleeding? Why is she moving lethargic? Right? All those things have to be assessed. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 5. And the priest shall command that one of the birds be killed in an earthen vessel over running water. As for the living bird, he shall take it, and the cedar wood, and the scarlet, and the hyssop, and shall dip them and the living bird in the blood of the bird that was killed over the running water. And he shall sprinkle upon him that is to be cleansed from the leprosy 7 times, and shall pronounce him clean, and shall let the living bird loose into the open field. And he that is to be cleansed shall wash his clothes, and shave off all his hair, and wash himself in the water.
Shave off all the hair, why? Remember, we weren't supposed to make baldness. We weren't supposed to make baldness on ourselves, so why would the Most High tell this person to shave off all their hair?
Well, if you're dirty, and you need it, you get it out. You gotta cut all that out too, huh? For germs.
Well, right. Now, dealing with the case of leprosy, remember, if it's in your skin, you cut the hair off to make sure that it didn't pop up or jump to somewhere else
Spread out.
that couldn't be seen. So you chop off all that hair. I think it even talks about cutting your eyebrows off, don't it? Where we at?
Verse 8.
Verse 8. Wash his clothes,
Yeah,
clean.
verse 9.
Yeah, you're supposed to shave off even down to your eyebrows. You're supposed to look like you got alopecia. Right? The real alopecia, not the Jada Pickett alopecia. Right?
Oh man.
Con. All the cap. Right? But you shaved all that off to make sure that you didn't have another bump popping up somewhere else. Right? You didn't have a bump popping up under your armpit, hairs, or in hidden places, man. So you would do that to make sure. That was another way to assess. You check your body out, make sure good, right? So you would shave yourself. Go ahead.
And wash himself in water, that he may be clean. And after that he shall come into the camp, and shall tarry abroad out of his tent 7 days. But it shall be on the 7th day that he shall shave all his hair off his head, and his beard, and his eyebrows, even all his hair he shall shave off. And he shall wash his clothes. Also he shall wash his flesh in water.
So it was a process of time. The process of time was always to make sure that that 7 days was a long enough time for any disease to manifest itself. Any sickness, it takes about 7 days to be infected and for any type of symptoms to show. So they would, after 7 days of him washing his clothes and doing all that, then he would go shave to make sure, wash up again. Go ahead.
And he shall be clean.
He or she.
And on the 8th day he shall take 2 he-lambs without blemish, and 1 ewe lamb on the 1st year without blemish, and 3/10 deals of fine flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, and 1 log of oil. And the priest that maketh him clean shall present the man that is to be made clean, and those things before the Most High at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
I got a question. So after you did all this stuff, right, and you didn't bring the 2 lambs, were you still clean of leprosy? Could you still be considered clean? if you didn't take the lambs? If you
No,
didn't take the lambs, would you be clean?
You gotta pay your dowry.
What y'all think? Yeah, technically no. You have to go through the whole. You wouldn't have the marks of leprosy, but again, remember it's spiritual.
Right.
You'd have to go through. Why am I bringing this out? Well, because Israel tends to cut corners. Israel tends to. You know how you go to the doctor and you got to get antibiotics, and they're like, take it for 7 days. And you take it for 2 and you feel good, you're like, forget the other. Forget the other 8, right? You just, the whole bottle of pills is sitting there. And then what happens? 2 weeks later, the sore throat pops up. And you're like, dang, should have finished knocking those pills out, right? Yeah, because you didn't take the amount of time that was needed to be able to go through the whole process.
Right.
Remember, our experiences come from, or our wisdom comes from going through the process. That's how you get wisdom. You got to go through the process of things. You got to go through what's laid down and not look at, well, I feel good after 2 days. Come on, we know you feel good, but you got to go through the regimen to show your repentance, your forgiveness, or not your forgiveness, your repentance, but your thankfulness that the Most High is taking you through the steps to clean you up.
Right.
A lot of us cut corners, and then we wonder why we keep dealing with the same thing. Like, why do things reemerge down the line? Well, because technically, you didn't clean and go through the steps all the way.
Right. The whole process.
The whole process. That process is important, right? We got to embrace the process of things and not be hasty. The scriptures say don't be hasty in anything, right? Don't be rash. And in just the thoughts of, well, the Most High got me, that is, the Most High got you if you do what He says. He says, you're my friend if you do my commandments. Well, here it is, right? Or here it was. Now, we ain't slaughtering lambs and doing all that stuff to cleanse leprosy, right? We know we don't gotta shed blood for all that. Person pop up with vitiligo or start losing their pigment, man. Most High is trying to show them something, right? And you just move accordingly. But from this time, yes, you have to go through all these steps to show the Most High that I'm willing to be cleansed all the way. It ain't just a quick little, oh, well, the priest looked at me, 2 days later, I'm good. Or I'm not going to wash my clothes or wash my body. I'm just going to do part. You got to do all. Go ahead.
Verse 10. And on the 8th day he shall take 2 he lambs without blemish and 1 ewe lamb of the first year without blemish.
I'm going to take 2 female lambs. That's all I got. You better trade up and get you 2 menses. You better trade them and get you 2 men's, right? Get you 2 what does Malachi say? Get you 2 men sheeps. Sheeps, right? You better get you 2 men sheeps. You better get you 2 men sheep, right? Or 2 men lamb, and do what the Most High said. You couldn't bring no female in his place, right? Just because you didn't have it, you better go talk to a brother and get it. Trade, barter, something, buy, but follow the ordinances. Go ahead.
And 3/10 deals of fine flour for a meat offering mingled with oil and 1 log of oil.
Mm-hmm.
And the priest that maketh him clean shall present the man that is to be made clean, and those things before the Most High at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Yeah, you got these priests that took out their time to watch you and cater to you these 14 days.
Right.
They need some recompense. They gotta eat too. Right? You were probably in the temple, more than likely, or somewhere around, shut up, eating off the temple. Eating and using resources of the temple. Which is fine, that's what it was there for, but then you kinda have to put that back. You know those people that just want to take and then they don't want to put back? Nah, you wasn't getting away with that here. So we know that the offerings and the sacrifices went to the priests, right? And to, I feel like Hitch. When he got hit, dude, my ear. right? You have to repay those things that you use. It was only fair because then it would be good for the next person. See, let me show y'all something. You see why that's so important to give? Because think about it. When you fell sick and you had to show up to that same temple and stay there for a minute and get better, the things that you gave is what saved your life. People don't look at it like that. I know. You know why people don't look at it like that? Why do people not look at it like that? Why do people not look at it like that anymore in these days and times? I'm a gun.
Because you don't instantly see the reward of doing it.
No, that's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, you're right, but that's not what I'm looking for. Anybody? Well, think about what we're dealing with. We're dealing with church. We're dealing with church, man. So think about. We always bring it up, right? The Joel Osteen situation where all of Houston is being flooded out, and he got his mega church, and he don't want to let nobody in talking about the church is flooded, knowing damn well that church is that. First of all, that was a basketball arena built to withstand flood, tornado, hurricane, earthquake. That's what it was built as a shelter, just in case. So he tried to, oh yeah, it's flooding down here. No, it's not. And then he got public pushback, and then opened up the doors, right? And when you went inside, it was not 1 ounce of water on them floors. No wall was wet, nothing. Yeah. So a lot of people don't want to give towards that because what they gonna get out of it? If I can't run back there and use the things that I've given, then what's the point? Right? Somebody go to Tobit. I can't find Tobit. Wow. I cannot find Tobit.
37.
Go to Tobit. Just go to Tobit 4:9. Just go right to the point. Yeah, Tobit chapter 4 and verse 9. Read.
Tobit chapter 4, verse 9. For thou layest up a good treasure for thyself.
Right, this is talking about alms. This was Tobit instructing his son. Tobit thought he was going to die. He's instructing his son on how to conduct himself as an honorable man in the eyes of the Most High. And he was telling him, you got to give alms of your substance. Because you do what? Read verse 9 again.
For thou layest up a good treasure for thyself against the day of necessity.
Yeah, because when you need, it's going to be there. Right? It's going to be there. But why do people refuse to lend or to give? Because really alms is more like a lend. It's like a loan when you really look at alms. It's like a loan.
It's going to come back to you.
It's going to come back to you in some shape or form. It may not come back in the $100 bill you lay down, but it might come back in a gesture or a favor that's still worth that 100, worth its weight. You see what I'm saying? It's going to come back though. But I get why people. I mean, think about it. When you read like the Eli's sons, right? And it said men abhorred the offering of the Lord because of Eli's sons, because of the way they conducted themselves and stealing and taking the offering and eating the raw meat, laying with the women at the temple door. I get it. How the church, all the church scandal, raping little boys and molestation, and this pastor is doing this and he's on Tinder laying with men and all this weird stuff, right? So I get it. I wouldn't want to give to that either. Because you know you ain't getting that back. That ain't going to be there for you, right? Joel Osteen proved it. He proved it. He proved it that what you put into that church, don't expect to get out. It's messed up.
True that.
But then you got others proving on the other side that no, what you put in, you can put in monetarily. And you know, our hope is always this, that we always, you know, we have brothers and sisters that sometimes they fall on hard times, and what do they got to do? They got to borrow money. Right? And You know, I was talking to Kazak about this the other day. I was like, man, I remember there was a time when we didn't even have money to lend to anybody. We get the alms, we get, you know, stuff like that, but pay the schools, pay the rent, pay the bills, nothing left over. But now the Most High don't put us in a position, you know, in a certain aspect where for brother asks, and if we got it, we can lend it. And sometimes we have it more than not. You know, it's a good thing because we should be able to, as much as we say, give, y'all should be able to ask and say, hey, I need, you know, I need this, I need that. And we should be able to have it. That's the thing. If everybody did their part, then it would be there. But if it's one or two people doing their part, it's not going to be there.
Right.
Because if it all goes to bills and all goes to, you know, the schools, remember we got all these bills going on. If it all goes to that, there's nothing left for the day that y'all might need actual money. Hey, I need to borrow money, right? Forget about coming to a school and learning. Hey, I might need to borrow something.
That's what you call true success, though. Whenever you have everybody doing what needs to be done, that's true success. It ain't you going out there making all the money that you need in the world. True success is everybody pushing together. That's why when everybody gave in the scriptures, everybody was the same.
That's a thought.
Right.
That's a thought. But then we see Ananias and his wife, they held back. And what happened? Most High killed them. Right? So, yeah, the thought is to be successful, we all do things on the same playing field. We all walk together, not boom, but we all walk together in this straight line in equality, right? That's the thought. That's what we're trying to, that's what we want to get to. That's what we want to get to. We want to get to this where you know that you're giving to the school and that if you need it. And I mean, we've proven it though. It don't even matter. We've proven it. We've proven to brothers, sisters that, hey, you give, we're going to take care of you. We've had brothers that couldn't pay for their garment in certain instances. Man, we got you. Don't worry about it. But we'll take that and put it towards that. We've done that. You know what I mean? So, but we want to continue to do that. But y'all have to see, and why did the Most High have these things set up? It was more than just leprosy. It was more than just sitting in a room for 7 days and making sure you were good. It was about taking care of the things that were taking care of you. Finish reading that, and then and I'll get your question. Finish reading that, Benaiah.
Verse 10?
Did you finish 9?
I did.
Yeah, read 10.
Verse 10. Because that alms do deliver from death,
Right?
and suffer not to come into darkness.
You see that? It says alms deliver from death. It's very simple. It's very simple. Let's say, we ain't got a let's say. It happened. There was a time when, I remember when Hurricane Harvey had hit. And at the other school in the back, we had like toilet paper, and remember everybody was like, well, no, it was the beginning of COVID with the toilet paper thing, right? I'm mixing them all together. I remember the beginning of COVID, man, you couldn't get no toilet paper. You couldn't get no wipes. You couldn't get toilet paper, paper towel. It was going crazy. You couldn't even get a napkin, right? But in the back of the school, what did we have? We had like stockpiles of, and just being proactive, hitting Costco, stockpiles of water and tissue. And what did we say? Okay, look, go back, grab what you need for your house. Don't grab more than what you need. Grab enough and just consider everybody else. That was there, but the money that was given to allow us to go buy that, now it's in the back. Everybody can pull from those resources. Water, right? There's a time when, like even with the water, the cases of water are back there. Somebody gives that. If something went down today, we all should know. Man, I could shoot to the school and grab a case or grab a couple of bottles of water if there's no water on the shelves. You know, that should be the thought, but that's the deliverance from death. What you put in, you should be able to draw out at some point.
Right.
Knowing that, you know, you gave it, whatsoever you do it wholeheartedly unto the Most High, not unto men. And that the Most High is going to pay that, right? Give to the godly, help not the sinner, right? Why? Because the sinner ain't going to repay you or have it there for you to pull from when needed. Because you're going to just soak it up for himself, right? But just think about little instances, man. Y'all, you know, water gets brought, different things get brought. Am I going back there like, well, and then loading up the back of the Lexus? Right? Or when you pull up with the cases of water, am I backing the car up and like, hey, just divert those right into the back of the whip? Hell no, I go get my own water. Now, there were situations, I ain't gonna lie, there was no water. I was like, man, I'm about to go right to the school. And I grabbed like 2 of those 5 gallons that was filled up, bruh. But I put it back, fill them back up when everything was over, and bring it right back. You see what I'm saying? But it's supposed to be there. Just like in these instances where the people had to present themselves to the priest for sickness and ailments and counsel, what they gave and put in at the end of it was gonna be there for them, but also for the next person that came up sick. For the next person that had to go deal with leprosy, the next person that had to draw from those resources, they were there. And then the priests always were taken care of. So you gotta see that, you know, looking at all these instances of just giving, offering, free will, this, that, sacrifice, what did it all go to help? It wasn't just a big barbecue, and it wasn't just some big wasteful barbecue.
Right.
It all went to a purpose to keep everything, the well-oiled machine going. Right? There's nothing worse than a hungry man. There's nothing worse than a man that's hungry and still got to go to work. Right? And watch everybody else eat.
That's true.
So the Most High made sure he took care of all these little small things, right? Did you
I got a precept.
finish 11 real quick, and then Benaiah, stay with me. Read 10 again, and then read 11.
Tobit chapter 4, verse 10.
Mm-hmm.
Because that alms do deliver from death,
Right?
and suffer not to come into darkness.
Right?
For alms is a good gift unto all that give it in the sight of the Most High.
You see that? Alms is a good gift. Most High is going to be like, there goes. Remember when Tobit's wife came home with the lamb? And he was like, you stole that.
Yep.
Take it back. And then she asked him, she said, where are your alms? She said, who are your alms with? That's what she asked him. Who are your alms with? Meaning, the things you did burying those dead bodies, who stored that up for you? The Most High. Remember when the scriptures talk about storing up treasures in heaven that moth and rust do not corrupt? It's those things, right? It's those things that no one can take away a man's or a woman's alms and their deeds that they do in the name of the Most High. No one can take that from you. Once that's set in the heavens, man. Nobody can disannul that. Nobody, you know, unless you're doing some shadiness behind it, right? Like the scriptures talk about taking the hire of a whore, right? You giving alms, but you was out there tricking to get it. You got to keep that. We can't take that. You know what I'm saying? Or you know, we can't take that money. Us knowing that you're getting, you know, we out there see you on this and that, and you walk up and then drop. Oh, here's my alms. It's like, wait, what did you do to get those alms? Well, you know what I did to get those alms. Well, we can't take those alms knowing what you did negative to get those alms. We can't take that, right? We know nobody in here is doing negative and giving alms from that negative. Nobody's what's the boy from Breaking Bad cooking meth on the low and then huh?
Heisenberg?
Yeah, we know nobody ain't doing that, right? We know everybody's hardworking, and the alms that you do give is a sacrifice because we just ain't got it, right? But you got to see the implications and just the effect that it's going to have in the long run on your spirit and on the outlook of the Most High towards us. It says it's a good gift unto all that give in the sight of the Most High. Most High is looking at what you're doing. That's why Tobit's wife asked him. She said, where are your alms? Who are your alms with? Right? And he had to think. It was like his alms are with the Most High. That's why she was able to get a whole goat as payment. He was shocked. He was like, how you get a goat, woman? Anybody just giving away goats? Yeah, hey, Most High, he'll give you a whole goat. Most High is giving away goats, sheep, rams, oxen, right? He just giving them away if you're doing the right things towards him.
Yep.
Right? You said you had something? That's it on that, Benai. You said you had, and I'm not trying to turn this into an arms class, but just that aspect of why you had to go through and complete the leprosy, the whole sit around for 7 days, get cleaned up, shave yourself, sacrifice. Why you had to do that? What you got?
Yeah, this is Acts. Let's get up there. This is Acts chapter 4, verse 31. It says, "And when they had prayed, the place was shaken where they were assembled together, and they were all filled with the Holy Ghost, and they spake the word of God with boldness. And the multitude of them that believed were of one heart and of one soul.
Right.
Neither said any of them that aught of the things which he possessed was his own."
Right, because when the apostles came and presented themselves in front of the people and said, "Look, we need things to be able to get these, to be able to function and move around and teach and this and that," everybody decided to come together and pool their resources and say, "Okay, this is no longer, if you gave a house, this is no longer my house. This belongs to the church. This is all our house. This ain't my land no more. We got to plant crops. This is all our land." Everybody, they had to come into that equal mind, and we should all be in that mind. I think for the majority, we are in that mind. When we need from each other, I can honestly say that as far as brothers and sisters here, in Houston, Virginia, our schools that I know, nobody's moving around selfish. Just, "Nah, this is mine. Leave me alone." Right? If I hit up a war in San Antonio right now, hey, this is what's going on. We need to. He's not gonna hesitate. He's gonna. If he got to send a brother up, if it's, "Hey, I need a brother for a day. Who you need?" "Well, I need. This is what I need. Okay, let me get a brother that can do that." He on the next thing smoking. Right? So even the resources it goes beyond just money and food and things like that. "Oh, I need manpower," right? We'll do it for them. We've done it. So, I can honestly say that selfish spirit, that real dug in, "This is me, don't touch it, don't look at it, it's mine, nice, shiny, and new." I don't feel like anybody here rolls in that spirit because I've been the majority of everybody's house, right? And the majority of everybody been to my house. Y'all see how we roll. Like, come in, make yourself comfortable. You're welcome, right? You can show up at any time if you need something. We try to keep that spirit going amongst each other. That should be the example, right?
It said, but they had all things coming.
Right? They had what?
But they had all things coming.
Right, because they made themselves equal. I might have been more richer than you, but now I'm not more rich.
Right.
Because I now disperse my abundance and level the playing field. I gave this and gave that. So if I had 12 and you had 10, now we both got 11. You see that? I gave you one, so we equal. Go ahead.
Verse 33 says, "And with great power gave the apostles witness of the resurrection of the Lord Yahushua, and great grace was upon them all."
And this is where you get the grace and the mercy. Not being selfish. Not being selfish as hell, man. The Most High, He'll give grace to the humble. He'll give grace to us all if we're not moving in that selfish, me, my time, me, my car, my house, my this, my wife. Think about it. Think about, you gotta look at it like this. The sisters are all there doing garments, right? Now, from what I understand, all the men that didn't have ribs that were there working, all the men that had ribs there working, they did their garments first. Now, I could have been like, "Hell nah, I want my rib to do my garment first." I could have pulled rank. Hell yeah, I could have. Right? I could have pulled rank like a mug. Like, nah, my rib's gonna do my garment. Forget about y'all. Get your rib to do your garment. Right? Get her into the sewing. That's easy to do, right? But is that the right thing to do? No.
Your mentality's off.
It's not the right thing to do. It's about putting yourself on the back burner for those that need to be put on the front burner. You see that? Because I know the struggles of doing everybody else's garment and then my rib doing my garment now. She's up till 2, 3 in the morning. Every night for the past week, trying to get my thing together. And I'm like, well, that's a sacrifice. That's a sacrifice you got to put in. And then how does it affect me? Well, I'm waking up middle of the day, middle of the morning with the kids. The little one, she's waking up 2 in the morning. My rib ain't there. Like all these different things, it affects everything. But at the same time, that's not a justification to be selfish.
True.
It's not a justification because I want to be comfortable to put myself first. Y'all see that? Like Kazakia, usually his garment don't get done till the day before Passover. His ribs are that good they can knock it out in a day. Right? They can knock it out in a day or two. They, you know, because they're more focused on making sure everybody else's garment is finished and up to par. And they're like, we'll get to Kazak. And they always do. But see, the grace is they put themselves last, and the Most High makes it so easy for them to get his garment out. It's crazy.
That's true.
Even if they're studying on the way walking into the Passover, right? They're walking in like, hold on, let me adjust this, right? And they tying things. And they got the mini sewing machines, right? But have y'all ever seen a garment on Kazak at Passover that looks like crap?
No.
Hell nah. It looked like the angels delivered it.
You joking?
You know what I'm saying? But they did. That's the grace. The angels did deliver it. They dropped it into his ribs' minds, put it into their hands, and look, no problems, no issue, no misstitch, and boom. You know, it works out all because of the way they approach the giving themselves as an to everybody else. Y'all see that? So go ahead.
I love the rest of this right here because when I used to be in the Christian church, this definitely wasn't done.
You have 4, right?
Verse 34.
Right, 4 and
It said,
34.
right, verse 4 and 34.
Yep.
Neither was there any among them that lacked, for as many as were possessors of lands or houses sold them and brought the prices of the things that were sold and laid them down at the apostles' feet, and distribution was made unto every man according as he had need.
Right, according to his need.
Prosecution rests his case.
According to his need. It wasn't that I wanted this abundance. It was about, what do you need? Well, you got 18 kids, so he's going to need a little bit more. And the person that had 1 kid couldn't be pissed off, like, well, how come he gets to get more? Well, look, you got 18 mouths to feed, bruh. You got 1. Right? So let's think about it rationally. You still have enough for what you need. The person with 18 kids don't have more than what they need. They have enough.
Right.
It's just more than what you got, according to the situation.
Yep.
This is how we got to think.
I love it.
This is how we got to think. You know, this is the mind we got to be on. Remember, the priest didn't have any inheritance. So the way things were set up, remember, there was an offering for a woman gave birth. There was an offering, right? She had to bring an offering. Any kind of thing that we did anything that involved the priest, there was an offering. Why? Because the Most High wanted to make sure that they had enough to keep that going. There wasn't going to be no complaint from the priests. We hungry. How the hell you gonna have hungry priests? They ain't gonna want to do their job. They gonna look at they was gonna look at Reuben, Simeon, Levi, all the other tribes and say what? I want to go be like them.
Yep.
I don't want to be a priest no more. The Most High didn't put them in the priesthoods for them to look at their brothers and sisters living in abundance and not want to be down with the priesthood.
I want a garden too.
Yeah.
I want an ox too.
Well, you got that.
Yep.
Look, because he's going to bring you his ox. He's going to bring you the first fruits of his garden, of his field. You see that? Or he's going to bring you the money that is worth, or whatever the case may be, and you can get the ox, go trade it, sell it, because that's what they did. They would bring them livestock. They would bring them. I mean, you know, the alms, the tithes. They would take some of that stuff and go trade it at the market and get money. Right? What happens when you got an abundance of something and it's too much? You sell off the abundance and say, man, where can I profit? Yeah, they were doing that. The Most High didn't have them in a situation where they just had so much corn stocked up for 1,000 years of corn and then no money. That wouldn't be smart. You got all these cattle just lined up, but we all full. Well, let's get rid of some of the cattle. Or let's give them back to the people, whatever it was. But the Most High always made sure and I like it, that there was a distribution according to everyone's need. The priests got according to their need. And that's why, you know, these sacrifices, the sacrifices and these offerings were so detrimental. It was literally, you were looking out for their livelihood. That's what it was about. Keeping the priests, how do I say this? I'm gonna say it, for lack of a better word, happy. Meaning what? They weren't sitting back worried about clothing, food, shelter, the basic fire, remember? Principal things for a man's life: flour, wheat, oil, blood of the grape, shelter. They never had to sit around like, man, when's our next meal gonna come? Because look, the next meal is already here, right? With all these people sinning. Look, y'all good, right? Yeah. And then even without the sin offering, the burnt offering, look. Without the burnt offering, the free will offering, look. The wave offering, the heave offering, right? Without all those things, the tithes. The Most High made sure that he kept their priests stocked. Yeah. But this is the thing. Remember, there were thousands of Levites. There were thousands of men in the priesthood. So it wasn't like they were just taking from the people, and then the people had nothing and they had everything. No, he gave them according to what they needed. That's what we always got to remember. We look at these offerings like, golly, that would have been a lot. But I guarantee you, it got to it was right what they needed. It wasn't more or less. Or else it wouldn't make no sense. The people would start to what? Well, you taking more from us than we can give.
Right.
Right? Or the priest would say what? Well, they're giving, but it just ain't enough. The Most High, bro, come on, think about it. He created life. You think he can't set up how much food the priests need?
That's true.
How much clothes and how much drink, and come on, man, he got it. Him smart. Most High is smart, right? Him smart. So, yeah, man. And that's why I asked that. I wanted to see where y'all head was, just on the following through with all the steps, you know. But that's the importance of following through with all the steps. You got yourself taken care of by the priest, but then now let's take care of them, right? Let's finish off the steps. So let's go back.
Leviticus chapter 14, verse 12. And the priest shall take one he-lamb and offer him for a trespass offering, and a log of oil, and wave them for a wave offering before the Most High. And he shall slay the lamb in the place where he shall kill the sin offering and the burnt offering, in the holy place. For as the sin offering is the priest, so is the trespass offering. It is most holy. And the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and the priest shall put it upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot.
Right, symbolic of what? Covering him from head to toe. Ear, thumb, toe. He's covered from head to foot in the blood of Jesus.
Jesus.
Go ahead.
Verse 15. And the priest shall take some of the log of oil and pour it into the palm of his own left hand. And the priest shall dip his right finger in the oil that is in his left hand, and shall sprinkle of the oil with his finger 7 times before the Most High. And the rest of the oil that is in his hand shall the priest put upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot, upon the blood of the trespass offering.
Yeah, it's like instead of dipping this man's whole body in blood,
Right.
let's just, right? Symbolism for the head, middle of the body, big toe, right? So the body is covered. Go ahead.
Verse 18.
And you would limit any type of weird disease
Right.
sliding into this man's body, the tip of the ear, right? You just boop, 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 and you clean them up. It's easier to clean up. You're not spreading blood everywhere.
True.
Right. Go ahead.
And the remnant of the oil that is in the priest's hand.
What verse you at?
Verse 18.
Okay.
And the remnant of the oil that is in the priest's hand, he shall pour upon the head of him that is to be cleansed. And the priest shall make an atonement for him before the Most High. And the priest shall offer the sin offering and make an atonement for him that is to be cleansed from his uncleanness.
See that? So you had to give a sin offering. There was different offerings you had to give, but look, you're giving a sin offering because you might have sinned. Go ahead.
And afterward he shall kill the burnt offering. And the priest shall offer the burnt offering and the meat offering upon the altar, and the priest shall make an atonement for him, and he shall be clean. That's it.
Right. Any questions on that? Next reader. Does anybody got allergy medicine other than Benadryl? I'm not trying to fall asleep up here. I took a Benadryl yesterday and I didn't know that it makes you sleep, and it was bad. Can you grab me one,
Yeah.
please? It's not gonna make me sleep, right?
It's non-drowsy.
You ever try to fight your sleep on Benadryl? I was picking my kids up. No, it happened. Picking my kids up from school and it started hitting me. And I got to sit in the line.
Oh no.
And I was pressing the brake and the car kept moving. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on here? I was so weak I couldn't even press the brake on the car, bro. It was bad.
We just saw somebody fall asleep at that line yesterday. Me and
Really?
my brother. Yeah, he was asleep like.
Yeah, bro. That school line is crazy. Yep. Don't fall in line. Benaya Shabbat Shal Yahawada Banya Shala. I might Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbat
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbat. I'm gonna be clear as in clear. Yeah, I've never had allergies before, so this is a weird one. Something different.
You see the pollen flying through the air though, everywhere.
Yeah, but this happens every year.
I don't know. This year it seems kind of bad.
Nah, every year
Yeah,
you
I
see
see
the
dust
cars,
flying
the car,
everywhere.
but that's what I'm saying. Every year at this time, the cars are covered with yellow.
The cars are colored yellow, but you can also see it.
Yeah,
flying.
but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think that
It's just, to me, it's gotten worse. That's
It's much
me.
higher.
really.
They said on the news during this time it would be like 5, and it has doubled. It's like 10.
Oh well, that's probably why it's hitting me.
Yeah.
I walked outside yesterday, and all of a sudden I couldn't even. It's like you just feel like a dust all in the air.
Well, my eyes been so dry I can't see. Yeah, like inside my eyes it feels like I got sand, and they like itch real bad. Yeah, I picked the kids up from school the day before, and they were like, and I had shades on, my glasses, they were shades, and they were like, dude, what's wrong with your eyes? And your pa's looking at me like, what you been doing? I was like, I got allergies. What you mean? Like looking at me all, you know what I'm saying? Like my eyes were so red and just. I guess it's that season. The Most High is turning up, man. He turning up everything. Even the trees is pissed. Think about it. He said, even the trees will rejoice when the righteous are in power. They giving off pollen and affecting. I guess. Listen, if I'm affected by allergies, I can see like Waka Rob. He gets it every year. So he been getting hit hard. But I can just tell people that. Listen, I'm gonna say this though. The one thing I do know about allergies, and my cousin confirmed it for me. She would get allergies so bad, like her eyes would just be bloodshot red all the time. They would it would never go away. And as she got older, she learned that her diet was making the allergies. It was inflaming them. That's all it is the inflammation, right? So what she was eating, she switched up her diet one year, and she didn't get no allergies. I think she cut back on it was something to do with gluten, and I think she stopped doing gluten, dairy, and meat for like a little bit, and she was good. Started doing some herbs. She was perfect. So that's how I know I gotta. If I'm getting hit, that means that's a sign to what?
Change your diet.
Change some things up. Change your diet, right? We should. I'm gonna say one thing.
Say it now.
I'm gonna say this. Did Adam have allergies?
Nah.
What the hell? You mean to tell me Adam, dominion over all animals and fish and birds and plants, walked up to a rose and his whole face he got facial edema? Hell no. How would you have a dominion if you got allergies of a plant? If one plant, and you know what killed me? I got a lavender plant. My rib bought a lavender plant. I think this will set it off. Bought a lavender plant, she put it in the kitchen. I come downstairs and oh my God, fresh lavender, right? The next day, or maybe later on in that day, I'm like, I can't breathe. Like, what's going on here? And I'm like, oh, what? And then my eyes, and I'm like, yo, what the hell's going on? And I didn't question the plant. So I'm like, damn, I might be allergic to lavender, which is crazy. I use lavender product. Took the lavender, put it outside in the front, cleared up a little bit, and as soon as I opened the front door, the lavender plant's right there just illuminating. Walk outside, hit you, like just losing it. Losing it. Like, think about it. The lavender is supposed to help heal you and do all these different things. How could you be allergic to what heals?
That's true.
How could you be allergic to anything and have dominion? This is how you know we got weak as hell. If you could sniff a plant and almost die.
That's true.
It's crazy. That's not dominion. That ain't rulership, right? You think we're gonna be rolling through the kingdom with allergies? Oh man, it's anybody got a Claritin? Right? Hell nah. We're gonna have power. We're gonna be rebuking the trees. Hold that pollen back, right? Bruh. Because if we gotta have allergies in the kingdom, then we might as well just stay. That don't make no sense, right? Yeah, so I was thinking about the other day. I was like, dude, how the hell are we getting allergies?
That's a good one.
And we supposed to have dominion. We supposed to be kings of the earth. Yahweh Shai was rebuking water. And we sniff a rose, we sniff a lily. And all of a sudden, it's like your whole face just blows up.
Takes you out.
Yeah, you get took out for 2 weeks. It's crazy, man. Anyway. Those are my thoughts, be at. How the mighty have fallen. Anyway, where we at?
Leviticus chapter 14, verse 21.
Okay.
And if he be poor and cannot get so much, then he shall take one lamb for a trespass offering.
See, the Most High even made a stipulation here. Because this is the thing. I don't know if y'all see it, but you have to bring all these things. If you was clean from leprosy, you have to bring the trespass, the wave, the sin, the burnt. You have to bring all these offerings. But if he be poor, so you couldn't make an excuse, well, I'm broke. Well, you ain't that broke. Go ahead.
He shall take one lamb for a trespass offering to be weighed, to make an atonement for him, and 1/10 deal of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering.
So instead of 2 he lambs and a ewe lamb, and 3/10 deals, you brought 1 lamb, 1/10 deal. So the Most High cut it down. You bring in 1/3, right? Instead of 3 parts, you bring in 1/3, man. Go ahead.
And a log of oil. Verse 22. And 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, such as he is able to get. And the one shall be a sin offering, and the other a burnt offering. And he shall bring them on the 8th day for his cleansing unto the priest, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, before the Lord. And the priest shall take the lamb of the trespass offering, and the log of oil, and the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. And he shall kill the lamb of the trespass offering, and the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. And the priest shall pour of the oil into the palm of his own left hand, And the priest shall sprinkle with his right finger some of the oil that is in his left hand 7 times before the Lord. And the priest shall put the oil that is in his hand upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot, upon the place of the blood of the trespass offering. And the rest of the oil that is in the priest's hand he shall put upon the head of him that is to be cleansed, to make an atonement for him before the Lord. And he shall offer the one of the turtle doves, or of the young pigeons, such as he can get, even such as he is able to get. The one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, with the meat offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, and that is to be cleansed before the Lord. This is the law of him in whom is the plague of leprosy. His hand is not able to get that which pertaineth to his cleansing. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, When ye be come into the land of Canaan, which I gave you for a possession, and I put the plague of leprosy in a house of the land of your possession.
What verse are you in?
Verse 34.
Okay.
Verse 35. And he that owneth the house shall come.
So let me, before you keep going on, verse 32, this is the law of him in whom the plague of leprosy, whose hand is not able to get that which pertaineth to his cleansing. So the Most High set up a different law for people that were poor. They didn't have to give as much. Makes sense, right? But you still had to come with something, right? Again, when we go back into just the alms, he said, give alms of thy substance, right? Whether you have very much or very little. Watch, verse 8 in Tobit 4, chapter 8, it says, if thou hast abundance, give alms accordingly. If thou have but little, be not afraid to give according to that little. No excuse. Well, I only got $1. Well, break off 10 cents.
25.
Well, I got $100. Well, break off $10. Or break off 50. I don't know. Like, but according to that abundance, it's something. Right? There was no excuse. There was no excuse for you to present what you had to present to the Most High.
Right.
Right? So I just want to point that out. Go ahead, go back to where you were.
Verse 35. And he that owneth the house shall come and tell the priest, saying, It seemeth to me there is as it were a plague in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Then the priest shall command that they empty the house before the priest go into it to see the plague, that all that is in the house be not made unclean, and afterward the priest shall go in to see the house.
Mm-hmm.
And he shall look on the plague, and behold, if the plague be in the walls of the house,
Mm-hmm.
with hollowed strakes, greenish or reddish, which in sight are lower than the wall, then the priest shall go out of the house to the door of the house, and shut up the house 7 days. And the priest shall come again the 7th day, and shall look, and behold, if the plague be spread in the walls of the house, then the priest shall command that they take away the stones in which the plague is.
Right, because remember, the materials that you use to build, obviously it's saying stones here, right? So we used stone and mortar to build up. Now, what would happen? Why would it be greenish? Take a little guess. What's green that you don't want in your water? Huh? Algae. So what happens? It rains. Some type of wetness would hit those walls, or hit those rocks or those stones, and some stones grow algae and keep water, and then it will spread. That algae will spread. That's a form of mold. Algae, it's a form of mold. You don't want that. You don't want that in your water. You don't want that in your fish tank. That's why you get the algae eaters, right? It's bacterium. They would shut the house up, make sure that it's not spreading through the walls. And if it does, what did they say? They remove the stones?
And then the priest shall command that they take away the stones in which the plague is.
Right.
And they shall cast them into an unclean place without the city.
Right. So you take that filth outside the city. Now, what would be the equivalent of this same algae? Well, I remember the old school in that little area, I don't. Some of y'all probably don't remember, but if you drive down Braeswood going towards 610, all those houses on the right side are all lifted up.
Yep.
Because when it floods over there, it floods, and a lot of those houses are not lifted up when they first built them. They've been going in and rebuilding their houses and putting them on stilts, throwing the garage underneath the house, and then building the house upwards, right? So there was a building that we were looking at. This was probably 5 years ago we were looking, or maybe right after Harvey. It was right after Harvey. So it's like on Fondren and Braeswood, I think. Anyway, I looked through the window, and the drywall maybe up to these windows was cut out. Why? Well, because it flooded that high, right? And if that water sits, you can cut drywall out, but what about the wood frame that is built? That water gets into that wood. All it takes is a little bit of mold, like a little speckle, and a little bit of heat. We know Texas is humid.
Yep.
A little bit of humidity, a little bit of water, and then you got black mold that will just spread and rip through your walls. So they had to cut out. They had to cut out the wall, like hip high, and then they had to cut out the frame and redo the wood frame from the bottom down, right? Because if not, that mold will sit and grow, and you breathe in those mold spores. Those things will eventually kill you. That will eventually kill your lungs. It'll eventually go into your lungs, and that mold is not good to breathe in. They're microscopic little spores that just float through the air, right? So, think about it. You have this in your house. It's one thing to have it. It's one thing to move into a building, and they already got something going on, and then you discover it. But it's one thing for you to build a house. This thing pops up, and then you don't discover it till years later. What does that show about your house maintenance? You're not maintaining it.
Right.
You're not maintaining your home. Mold and those things, they'll appear not just in hidden places. They'll show themselves.
Yep.
Right? If this place was molding right now, you'd see like a little black patch in the corner somewhere. You would see water pooling up somewhere. Wherever water pools up and then dries up, you would be able to tell. But what does it take? It's a constant maintenance, right? Go to it's Proverbs. Let me see. Proverbs 18 through. Let's see here. Watch. Again, these physical things manifest to show us what's going on spiritually. Why would the Most High send? Remember, it said the Most High would send the plague of leprosy into the house. Why? Why would the Most High plague your home with leprosy? Well, what the hell are you doing? Ecclesiastes, actually. Ecclesiastes 10:18. What are you doing in that house, man? What's going on in that house that the Most High got to send a plague of leprosy to get everybody out? Right? Where he got to plague your home, your dwelling, your abode, your habitation. Well, something is going on where the Most High is like, we need to get it further. We need to get people in to examine now. We got to get some people asking questions. Ecclesiastes 10:18. Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 18.
Right, in the Bible, Ecclesiastes. I'm sorry.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 18. By much slothfulness,
Right.
the building decayeth.
The building what?
Decayeth.
Yeah, mold is a sign of decay. Mold and all these different things is a sign of decay, because those things will eat at your foundation and at your structure. Go ahead, but why does the decay happen? It takes a time think about it, man. Think about a whole house. You ever drive by those abandoned houses? And you're like, dang, this looks bad. The whole grass is like as high as the front door. everything just looks ran down. You see that a lot in when you go to like Gary, Indiana, and Detroit, and you go to those different places. I drove to Gary, Indiana one time, and I thought I was in a movie. I thought I was in like, it was daytime, and that place just looked like a ghost town.
Damn.
Yeah, but you know what the crazy part is? It's been running down since the 70s. I'm bringing that out. It takes years and years of neglect for a whole home and a building to decay. Like if we left this building right now and left it for 2 weeks, you wouldn't really see that many signs of decay. The windows might get a little dusty, and
Right.
you know it might get a little bit of a smell inside because nothing's moving around to circulate the air. But it's gonna take a while for that decay to show itself, right? And then maybe after 2-3 months, you're like, oh, that's looking bad. The little small things that humans look out for when they're operating in a home or a building. Oh, the grass ain't cut. I can tell when a house when nobody lives in it. I can tell when a house is for rent, but before I even pull it up or for sale. Oh, that house is for rent. How you know? Oh, the grass ain't cut. And not like, oh, it hasn't been cut because it's been cold. Like that grass ain't been cut in 2 years. The winter didn't even cut it. You know what I'm saying? The cold. You see what I'm saying? Like you can tell when something's not occupied, and then you can tell when somebody just don't give a damn.
Yep.
Like I got neighbors. I can tell they just don't care because their grass is crazy high. But you can tell like the maintenance of the house to them ain't that important, right? So it looks bad. But through much slothfulness, it takes a while for these things to happen. So you got to be on a real slothful path. Go ahead.
And through idleness.
And through what?
Idleness.
Go ahead.
Of the head.
Right.
The house droppeth through.
The house will drop through. It'll drop through its own foundation. With idleness of the hands. If nobody's there to constantly, clean things and wipe things down, and as you're cleaning, your eyes are checking for things that, well, why ain't this spot getting cleaned up?
Right.
What is that? Oh, damn. I got bugs, I got spiders, I got ants, I got this, I got that. Right? That's why you clean and you do deep cleaning and you take things out the closet and you move things around, right? Like who leaves their couch in the same spot for the whole year and never move it to sweep under it?
Gotta move it.
My kids. My kids, right? Okay, y'all, move the couch to this side of the living room so you get under it. Oh, and then damn, I was looking for that. How long would you lose it?
So true.
2 months ago, like the whole AirPod
Yep.
under the couch. Like, I'm like, okay, maybe if you guys practice moving the couches more, right? You can see the L shape of the couch on the floor in dust.
It's cold.
You can see it in dust. It's like, what the hell? Like, y'all don't, bro, garbage can. Like, if you don't tell them to move it, they ain't moving it. My kids, bro, lazy teens. Lazy teenagers. And I'm like, when's the last time y'all swept? We just swept. Huh? I'll pull something, because I have like little moving trays or whatever with wheels you can put like water on and things, and my water bottles. I'm like, really? Y'all just swept? I pulled the kitchen table out. I'm like, but there's a trail of ants. Y'all just swept? There's the banana peel from last year. Well, I'm like, I can tell that y'all haven't swept in a week because that's the meal from last week that we ate. You got lasagna crumbs, you got this crumb, you got this. I'm like, we ate that last week. That's what Manashana spilled on the floor, right? I'm pulling things. I'm like, damn, that's a whole rotting orange in the back of that right there. The orange is rotting. For an orange to rot in your home with AC and all that good stuff, it takes a minute.
Yep.
For it to start decaying, there has to be a constant neglect.
I see gnats flying around. Food's
Gnats,
out somewhere.
yeah, foods are out, yeah, and like I don't think gnats are something that those are almost like you can't even combat those if you got fruit because as soon as that fruit gets a little ripeness, those gnats are popping up.
Yep.
But even that, there's a way, there's ways to combat. You throw your little water with some apple cider vinegar and a boom, or you store your fruits in the refrigerator.
Yep.
Right? But that decay, listen, you can smell mold.
You can.
I remember walking into that because we all know it. That old school had mold in it. We just couldn't get to it. It was so far into the structure, we just had to deal with it. But as soon as I walked in that school, I'm sneezing, coughing, nose running, right? I was always, right? Because as soon as you walk in and you try to take a small breath, you didn't want to breathe too deep in there, right? Like burn the incense, right? But you could smell the mold in the ceiling because that's where it was coming from because we had that leak, which is still there.
Yep.
I haven't been to that school in a year. I haven't been to that school since I went to Rochester. That old school. Well, how long has that been? Almost a year coming? Yeah, so I'm pretty sure you open that door and the smell of death is behind those walls, right? Because they haven't been here to clean that school up.
Nope.
They ain't fixing that roof. They ain't doing none of that. So that thing is just probably rotting away.
I pray about it all the time.
Really? The window is still broken in the front?
Yes.
Yeah.
See, even things like that, it still got that piece of wood, so when it gets wet, it warps. It lets in all types of little varmint. Rats is probably having a field day. It's probably crazy in there. You open that door, bro, and it's just stench of mold and death and just fermentation of all types of different things.
You
Ugh.
probably don't want to go in there.
You probably don't want to go in there without a hazmat suit or an N5 mask or something that's gonna filter your air or let that door open, kick that back window out, and let that breeze carry some of that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Gun.
Yeah, but look at this mold. This is wild. Dang. I used to deal with listen, I used to deal with when I was living in Colorado, I used to deal with Section 8 housing. I used to just deal with housing in general and just renting properties, and my dad, me, a couple of his friends, we just had houses that we would rent out. And you know, we would see the majority of the Section 8 housing, single women, a lot of children. They would run through them houses. They wouldn't, like, just little small things they wouldn't keep up on. And when you go in there now after they're gone, everything's taken out, they're gone, you're like, oh my God, I gotta replace the whole entire inside of the house.
Wow.
Because they would just, like, you wouldn't want to have carpet in those houses with a bunch of kids like that, because they wouldn't have the mind that, wait a minute, when I spill something on the carpet, let me have a carpet cleaner on deck when I spill something, or let me clean that carpet once every 3 months, right? To maintain the carpet. So we spill ketchup, we spill wine, we spill beer, we spill Hennessy, we spill paint, all type food, vomit, everything.
Wow.
And you go in and you're like, that was a brand new carpet. Now the carpet look like it's been used for 30 years. It's ripped up in certain places, like, and that's just carpet. Walls, right? Because they weren't in the mind of maintenance. So even while they were living there, these things were happening. They would wait forever to let you know if there was a leak. If I see one thing leaking in my house, I'm on the phone because I know what that does.
Yep.
Right? I know exactly what that does. That leak, if it's not going to stop, and it's going to weaken the walls and, you know, different things like that. But they would take forever to let you know that there was something going on. And if you get there to do like a little inspection or just check up every so often, and it's like, oh yeah, I've been leaking. Well, damn, how long has it been leaking? Because when you pull that drywall out, well, guess what you got? You got mold, little mold that's been growing. So what do you got to do? You got to cut that wood out. You got to cut. And then you got to cut the whole drywall out to find the leak. Assess the frame and say, okay, where is it coming from? What has it touched? And in some cases, man, you're replacing a whole frame and wall, and it's costing you more money than if they would have just said, hey, this is leaking. It started leaking yesterday, right? As opposed to, oh, it's been leaking for the last 6 months. But I didn't think no big deal of it because it stopped.
Wow.
Just found somewhere else to go.
It just found somewhere else to divert itself, and then the water's pooling up in the other room. Those were the struggles of like renting out homes. And it wasn't just Section 8. It was all types of people that just didn't understand maintenance of a home, care of certain things. It's like a vehicle, right? Your check engine light comes on. You don't say, oh, well, that looks good, and then you just keep riding.
No.
I'll get to that. I'll get to that when I hear something. That light comes on as a precursor that you about to hear something.
Good.
So before you hear something, before there's an actual mechanical failure of some sort,
Yeah.
right? Because usually that light comes on because there's a sensor.
Something's already damaged.
Something's damaged, but it's not to the extent where the car can't be driven.
Yep.
But if I drive it more, what's going to happen? If I don't go maintain it, what's going to happen?
Yep.
That engine might not. Boom. Rods all up in the damn oil pan.
Oh man.
Right? Or this might blow out, or this, or a head gasket, something. You know, it's about maintenance. But see, the Most High always gives us, Most High speak once, yea, twice. Man perceive not. He's not unjust to just throw mold in your house.
Yeah.
He's not unjust to just throw mold on you or leprosy, or he gives you the warning. You walking by and you see the puddle on the floor, you're like, oh damn, I gotta check that out. Let me do some investigation. You'll mop it up and you see the water come back. Oh no, I gotta check this out. I gotta see what's up. You know, or let me change the ways of my doing spiritually. Remember, again, I'm gonna say it. Why would the Most High throw mold or leprosy inside of a house? Well, he's trying to get the inhabitants to wake the hell up. That's a plague. That's a plague. It's not a good thing. He's not blessing you with leprosy so you can leprosy in your house so you can get a better house.
Right.
Like, oh, you know, this is a sign that you need to move on to bigger and better things, sis. I'm gonna throw leprosy in your house. No, that's a sign that you need to get your mind right. Y'all see that? Right. I'm sure the priest need not wouldn't necessarily lack of a better word. Yeah, no, that's right on point. I think I said that. Let's see. I'm just looking at these comments. Yeah. So. Yeah. No. Diana, you're right. Yeah, the priest. I'm sure the priests needed to not have to concern themselves with necessities, so they could do their job, for lack of a better word, and focus. Sorry. No, you're right. That's what it was about. The Most High didn't want them to be. I said it earlier. He didn't want them to be tied down with where am I going to eat, what am I going to wear. That's why we took care of that for the priests. But yeah, let's read on about this house leprosy. Huh?
Next week.
Really? Come on. Okay. Y'all just going in class early today, huh? I'm going to look at land today if anybody wants to roll.
I'll roll.
I'm just going to look. Yeah, I'm not going to go kill. No, not today. That's next Friday.
I just said land.
Huh?
I just said land.
No, lamb. Lamb. Right? Elijah Shabbat the Shah, Yashakar, Banyashala, I might. Rup! Yahweh Shem Yahweh Brakatah. I went there. Today's Saturday. I went there on Thursday. They had some lambs. They had the guy though that runs that little area. He was gone, so I wanted to just go and try to get a little pricing beforehand, but it's gonna cost. Might cost you a little, might cost you a lot. It's gonna cost. Right? It's gonna cost. Yeah, so, you know, see what's going on with that. Lambs is, there was some healthy ones over there that looked like they was ready. That they was ready to give their lives for the righteous children of Israel. That they was just ready to lay it down. What's that, sis? Yeah, I told them we're gonna to buy it is actually we're gonna probably go Friday to go get them. But I like to go a week before because it's Ramadan, right? So you know they all out there, you know, Middle Easterners, Ishmael and Ishmael and them, they getting all the lambs for their little feast. So I kind of like to put it in their ear, just hey, we coming. But they always have something on deck for us.
Nice.
Leviticus 14:41. Take it away.
Leviticus chapter 14, verse 41. And he shall cause the house to be scraped within round about.
Right, So you would scrape that whatever filth was on off. Remember, imagine if you went and got the stones that were condemned to build your house because you wanted to be cheap. Yeah, cats cutting. Israel is about cutting corners. The stones that somebody else condemned took it to an unclean place, and you walking like, I could go get them stones and clean them up. You can't. Well, yeah, one man's trash, another man's treasure. It don't work like that with these type of things, right?
Put a buffer on it.
Yeah, let me shellacker the mold in. Let me shellacker the plague. Let me cleanse the plague. Like it don't go down like that, man. That's not how it works. Israel likes to cut corners, right? You're supposed to get rid of those things and not bring them back in. That curse thing into your home, bro. But think about it. Why would the Most High plague a home? Well, you might have had the accursed thing in your house. You know, we've talked about that in different instances, right? Where again, the congregation ain't gonna do you like how they did. What's his name in the book of Joshua? What was his name? Achan. We ain't gonna take you, stone you, and burn you. But the Most High will give you signs that things need to be improved upon or changed. Right? And this was a way to get eyes on a situation now. This was a way where the Most High was like, okay, nobody's paying attention. Let me put it out there in the open. Now people have to start inquiring, why is this happening? What's going on over here? What's happening here? What y'all been up to? And then now the right questions could be asked, and then now we can get, you know, things fixed and things accomplished. Yep. Go ahead, read on.
And they shall pour out the dust that they scrape off without the city into an unclean place.
Right. You have to take it somewhere else. You couldn't put that dust in the dust around your house. What about your croppage? Like, let me just till this in with the soil real quick. And your crops will be tainted. Your crops will be tainted, so you had to follow things to the T. We had to. Go ahead.
Verse 42. And they shall take other stones and put them in the place of those stones.
Mm-hmm.
And he shall take other mortar, and shall plaster the house.
Yeah, mortar is usually just water and mud, right? Water and some type of straw. Some type of straw, water, and some type of dirt. And you would mix those things together, and you'd have brick and mortar. Or stone and mortar. What's cold is, when you go to like, I want to say it's like the Tibetan people. It's either Tibet, yeah, it's like, or Malaysia, it's one of them. But they build their house. It's crazy. They build their houses out of cow dung.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild. The cow drops its load, they take it and roll it into a ball, and they do two things with it. They roll it up and they throw it against the wall. Bah! It flattens out against the wall. So what it does is it insulates their home, right? But then it also dries because they cook with it. They use. What do y'all think? Wait, y'all thought that who was it that made dung cakes? Who was that? Who was it? Who was that? Isaiah, right? Y'all thought that Isaiah actually ate doo-doo?
No, yeah, he did use
He used dung. Methane comes from dung.
That's right.
That's all it is. So you use the dry dung and you light it, and that thing just. And then he cooked with it. He didn't actually make cakes with doo-doo and nibble. That would be unclean. But the methane fumes is not unlawful to use because it's just another means of kindling fire. But that's what they do in these. I think it's Tibet. I forget where, but yeah, they bow against the wall, splat, right? It dries up. It insulates the house. And when they're ready to cook, they just peel something off the wall, put it and burn it, and boom, you got a fire.
Cold, man.
You know what?
It's cold, but it's super economical.
Yeah.
Come on, let's think about it. What do we think the natives was using to make fire? They was probably doing the same thing. It was probably, remember, cow dung is just grass. That's all it is, just grass.
Yeah.
It's just grass. That's all it is. It's clean. That's probably the cleanest form of fuel you can get. People abhor methane though. They're like, oh, methane is killing, it's polluting the world, right? I think it is too. There's too many cows. If that's the case, there's too many people are breeding cows for profit. You have too many cows, too much methane, too much gases. You breed cows, cut trees. What do you think is going to happen? That's true. Right? No balance, no equalizer. Right? So, yeah, methane. Anyway, why did I bring that point up?
He was talking about.
I brought it up for a reason.
The stones, mortar, houses.
Right. So if that cow was that cow was diseased and you throw it against your walls, what's going to happen? You're going to have diseased walls. You're going to have some type of disease if you feeding your cow the wrong way and then you taking his corn poop because it's not grass, it's corn, and you throw that against your wall. Well, there goes E. coli. You got Ebola walls, right? And E. coli and mad cow disease walls, because that stuff doesn't break down. Remember, cow dung is made that it breaks down.
Right.
You could literally take that in your hands and sprinkle as a fertilizer, right? Once it dries up and all that, when it's fresh, it's hot.
Right,
Same
'cause
thing,
they got
horsemen
two-
do same thing.
'cause they got two digestives.
Right, because of that chewing the cud. So you can use all of that animal, even its waste. Think about it. When a cow drops poop, grass grows underneath that. And they come and eat that grass, or they drop poop, you sprinkle your garden. Your fruits and your vegetables, they come out a lot more healthy. Right?
I thought he was trying to go through there because he was trying to get the air.
Because of the smell? No, that's what promotes growth. The plants suck the nutrients out of the dung. Because there's nutrients in there. Dung beetles. You ever seen a dung beetle? They roll up the damn elephant poop, they roll it into a ball and push it, dive right in, drop their babies, and then head on out. Right? But think about it. We're able to eat dung beetles. Says you can eat all beetles.
Wow.
Bro, yeah. Why? Because it's not doing anything to foul. That animal poo, why would you be able to use the manure? Remember when the tree that Yahweh Shai ran up on and he said, ain't no figs on this tree from year to year? And the man said, I'm going to dung it. I'm going to dig about it, dung it, right? Dung, I'm going to fertilize it.
Right.
You see that? So the animal waste, it wasn't really waste. Unless you did something wrong with your animal. If you fed them the wrong way, then the waste was now waste. The byproduct was now real contaminant. Where do you think you get mad cow disease and Ebola from?
Wow.
From cows being fed the wrong diet. That's where that comes from.
Right.
Because corn doesn't turn into fertilizer.
Soybeans and all that.
But grass,
That's what they feed them.
huh?
That's what they feed them now.
Yeah, soybeans and all that. Soy don't break down like that into a good fertilizer. You wouldn't use that. There's no soy fertilizer.
Right.
But natural manure has the right bacterium in it that breaks down and compost, feeds your plants, your grass,
Wow.
and that's that.
You know, it gives you more validity of the Most High, how awesome he is. There's nothing wasteful. Everything's used. You know, everything's
Yeah,
used.
that's what it was. It was all about an ecosystem that just kept one part kept another part going.
Yeah.
Just think about it. Cows need grass. How do they get more grass? They take a dump. How does more grass comes under that dump?
Right.
Right? They're not eating the dump. They're eating the grass that grows.
Right.
It's crazy. Like, who created that? Well, the Most High created that.
Yep.
Well, if you did things shortcut, once again, or did things the wrong way, I'm not saying we use doo-doo as walls. We didn't do that, right? But think about this. Think about this. If you use like straw, right? If you use straw is something that grows.
Right.
But let's say your field was contaminated, and you made that straw brick. Remember we did that in Egypt? We used the straw and the mortar and all that. Let's say that straw was contaminated in some way. What's going to happen? Well, your walls that you used to make that straw will be contaminated.
Right.
That's why I brought that out, just to show, like, if we keep the ecosystem and keep things on the up and up, we'll be able to. We were able to use everything, and it will work for our benefit. You wouldn't cook with a cow that had disease. You wouldn't eat his meat. So you definitely ain't gonna use that poop for no methane.
That's true.
Hell no, you're gonna disregard of the whole cow.
Right.
It's diseased. You see that? So that's why I brought that up. Go ahead.
Verse 43. And if the plague come again and break out in the house, after that he have taken away the stones, and after he has scraped the house, and after it is plastered, then the priest shall come and look, and behold, if the plague be spread in the house, it is a fresh leprosy in the house. It is unclean. And he shall break down the house, the stones of it, and the timber thereof, and all the mortar of the house, and he shall carry them forth out of the city into an unclean place. Verse 46. Moreover, he that goeth into the house, all the will that it is shut up shall be unclean unto the even. And he that lieth in the house shall wash his clothes, and he that eateth in the house shall wash his clothes. And if the priest shall come in and look upon it, behold, the plague cannot spread in the house after the house was plastered, then the priest shall pronounce the house clean, because the plague is healed. And he shall take to cleanse the house two birds and cedar wood and scarlet and hyssop.
Scarlet and hyssop.
And hyssop.
Right. Hyssop was a cleansing. Purge me with hyssop. It was a form of cleaner. You could use that as a cleaner. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 50. And he shall kill the one of the birds in an earthen vessel over running water. And he shall take the cedar wood and the hyssop and the scarlet and the living bird and dip them in the blood of the slain bird and in the running water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. And he shall cleanse the house with the blood of the bird, and with running water, and with the living bird, and with the cedar wood, and with the hyssop, and with the scarlet. But he shall let go the living bird out of the city into the open field, and make an atonement for the house, and it shall be clean. This is the law for all manner of plague of leprosy and scald, and for the leprosy of a garment, and of a house, and for a rising, and for a scab, and for a bright spot, to teach when it is unclean. And when it is clean, this is the law of leprosy. Leviticus chapter 15, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When any man hath a running issue out of his flesh, because of his issue he is unclean. And this shall be his uncleanness in the house, and his issue, whether his flesh run with his issue, or his flesh be stopped from his issue, it is his uncleanness.
What verse are you at?
Verse 4.
Right, the Lord spoke. Right, when a man hath a running issue out of his flesh. Right, and that could be a number of different things. Right? That could be, remember, we went to war. A cut that's bleeding and pussing is a running issue. So you wouldn't just, you know what I'm saying? You wouldn't just run around with that opened up around people. And even if you covered it up and did all that and dressed the wound, you still would wait for it to scab over before you just showed up around people. You know, obviously it's going to go into, this is going to go into the seed of copulation, if I'm not mistaken. A man's seed, when it left him, he would be unclean till the even. Things would be that it touched, the sheets, everything, his woman, all that would be. Listen, unclean, to be unclean is not a sin. I gotta say that. To be unclean doesn't mean that you sin. That means that childbirth would be a sin. That means that your menstrual cycle would be a sin. It's not a sin. It's that, why are you unclean until the even? Why? Who can tell me why? We've been talking about it. Well, okay, remember you're dealing with body fluid, right? You're dealing with bodily fluids. So that even unto the even gives enough time for anything as far as some type of disease or infection to pop up. You see that? You would be unclean, you would separate for a little bit, wash up, and then next even time, you know, you got to look at it like in these ways. Who just got hit with the COVID in the presidential cabinet? Somebody just got hit. They got blessed. Yeah, Nancy. I think she just got blessed with the COVID, right? Most High blessed her, right? Oh, bro, wrinkle yourself, crooks. But right, the Most High blessed her with the BA2, right? The Mr. T. So, what are they doing for everybody else that was around her? They're quarantining them. They're like, well, Biden might come down with it now because they all went to some dinner recently, and they're like, well, everybody that's there, they all gonna come down with it at some point because they were around her. So they're like, well, it's gonna be inevitable at this point because everybody's starting to drop like flies. Like, okay, they got it. This person got it. This person got it. So they're doing some level of quarantine to be proactive, right? Knowing that this is a spreadable, communicable disease, right? This was the Most High being proactive. When blood or body fluid came from a man's body or a woman's body, you would wash those items, right? Or if there was a dead body, whatever you can clean, you would clean. Whatever you can destroy, you would destroy. You wouldn't drink, like if somebody dropped dead and they was dead in the room for 10 hours, you wouldn't come and drink from the cup like, oh yeah, it's right next to the bedstand. And they sitting there dead like, and you walk up 10 hours later like, oh, wine. Right? You wouldn't hit the wine from an open vessel. It tells you that in the scriptures. Right? If it's uncovered, you would pour out, and if it was a vessel that could be destroyed, you would destroy that vessel. If it was an earthen vessel, if it was a different type of vessel, you would just wash it, right? Me, I probably wouldn't drink from that cup ever. I'm good. I'm like nervous, right? You don't know what they died of, right? So just think about it. Why? Because when a dead body, listen, as soon as a person dies, I don't think we realize that as soon as a person dies, they start to decay. Yeah. And that last gasp of, right, that body starts to break down and it starts to push out death and decay. And when there's stagnation in the body, that's breeding ground for disease. Now, if a person, like, you just don't know, right? Obviously, time has went by, like, ain't not, you know. Right. But disease-wise, I didn't even want to go into the bathroom to look, right? Until they took her body out. I didn't even really want to go into the house. You don't know where she died from. Right. They still don't know to this day where she died from. They did an autopsy, they still couldn't find it.
I be seeing people at funerals going up there kissing the bodies.
Yeah, they do that.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm not doing that.
Yes.
It makes you, first of all, it makes you unclean to even be in the room, to be around the body. But I'm not. So you're already unclean. But I'm not gonna sit there and be kissing on decaying skin. I don't care how much embalming fluid y'all talking about. I'll look, do my, and then I'm gone. But I'm not like it's weird. I remember when my uncle passed away, and when I went to the funeral, and I was like, first of all, that's not even him. That's just a slab.
It is.
Right? It looked like a blown up slab of meat because they pump them with all that crap.
Right.
They embalm them, right? And they put that fluid in them to keep them cold. I don't think it's embalming fluid. Jesus. I don't think it's embalming fluid, but it keeps their body cold. I don't even touch them.
At all.
It makes them break down slower. No matter what, you can't stop a body from breaking down. It just breaks down slower. Even the Egyptians, the greatest embalmers ever, they made breaking down a body make it take years, thousands. But the body, you can't stop. You can't stop the process of time. You can't stop the Most High. That body got to go back to the dust. But there's a level of being unclean when you're around these different things. Blood is unclean. It just is. The life of that animal is in the blood. All the things that person went through, that man or that woman, it will show up in their blood. Go do a blood test. They'll tell you everything you got. They'll tell you your cholesterol level through your blood. They'll tell you. I remember I had to go do life insurance, and they took a blood test, and he was like, "Your glucose." I was like, "Well, I drank a beer that night." He's like, "Were you drinking?" I was like, "Yeah, I drank a beer the night before." He's like, "Oh, that probably explains it." He's like, "Everything else is fine, but I think my glucose levels were like way high." I'm like, "I drank the night before. You got beer blood." You know what I'm saying? But they can tell you everything that's in that, everything with your blood that's going on with you. So you wouldn't just sit around that. Like that Weekend at Bernie's. Remember the show Weekend at Bernie's?
Yeah.
They was just pushing around Bernie's dead body. Nigga, please. Stop. That's the, come on, man. You can't do that. That body start decaying and breaking down and smelling and stinking. Listen, hours after a person dies, minutes. Like as that heart stops and that blood stops moving, no oxygen, and they turn a different color, they're breaking down. And then that stuff is gassing through the air. Dead bodies fart.
Wow, man.
Did y'all know that?
Yep.
Dead bodies fart. They make noises because they're giving off gases. And their internal organs start to rip and tear because nothing's keeping it alive. And they'll make fart noises.
Oh, man.
Yeah, because they're just giving off gas. And that gas goes into the air. And you're like, hell no. That smell of death? Can you smell what the Rock is cooking? Right? No. Right? He does that. You're not going to do that to a dead body. Because you're going to breathe in all that death. So again, being unclean is not a sin. You just would know you are unclean because if you're breathing and being around that, you want to make sure you didn't take in nothing that was going to affect you.
Wow.
Angela, you had your hand.
To remind me, like my grandson, he was cutting the grass, and his son was trying to beat him or whatever. And my sister had given him my uncle, who's deceased, his cap. And so he was in the army, veteran or whatever. And so she was like, this is Uncle June's cap, right? And he was like, yeah, I remember Uncle June. He dead, right? And she was like, yeah.
Is the cap he died in?
No.
Oh.
But just saying that my grandson, after a while, he took the cap off and said, "Here, I don't
want this." Yeah, I'm good. Like,
and as a kid,
yeah.
it was just so funny because he associated that.
Yeah.
With that, and he was kind of like, "Okay, I know what you're saying." That was hilarious.
Yeah. It's kind of eerie. It's like even when you watch, and this is a little bit off the topic, but even when you watch certain people that like. They died. Like you watch, like I was watching this video with Kobe, like it's like Kobe dribble moves or something. And I'm watching, I'm like, damn, this is weird. This guy's dead, right? You watching like wrestlers, like, damn, that guy died last week, and this guy died, and it's just weird to see them do their thing and then they're not alive, right? You saw them alive doing their thing and then now they're not. It's just, it's eerie.
Right, yes.
But going back to the point of the uncleanness, right? So, did you finish? Okay. No argument here. Who's next? 6, 7, nice. Shema Allah, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Banya Sha'ala. I imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Shem HaShabbat
Yahweh Shem Yahshabrakatah. Baby, baby. If y'all just join us, shalom, shalom, shalom. Yeah, you just never know what that person went through. That's why we didn't eat the animals that like died of itself.
Yeah.
Or were torn by beasts. I mean, you just don't know what that beast that killed that animal was going through or what they got. I mean, rabies meat, right? If a raccoon goes, what's the animal that has rabies in it? A raccoon, right? Don't they have raccoons? I mean, don't they have rabies they can just live with it? Yeah, you wouldn't eat something that a raccoon killed, because possums, because their saliva is filled with rabies. And then that goes into the bloodstream while they're killing that animal's pumping blood. Wow. That's just coursing through that body. You cook it up, roadkill. That's why Esau's so filthy. They be eating roadkill. They eat possum.
They love it.
How can you eat a possum? Have you seen a possum? Bro, I remember one time I came out the front door.
Right, you can't.
And I was like, whose baby is crawling? Man, I shined the light. Bro, it was a possum, like this big, his nails.
Yeah.
And he looked at me like, yep, I'm about this. Come get some. And I backed up because you don't want to mess with those like possums or raccoons.
Especially at night.
At night, all I saw was glowing eyes, and I was like, dude, my baby crawling? Bro, his nails, you could hear him ripping against the pavement while he was walking. It's like he came from the backyard and walked through the front yard, because I have that bayou in the back. Yeah, there was another time where I was in Colorado, and my apartment, and then there was some wooded area. So sometimes I look out on my balcony, you see this deer. You would just see deer right there, just grazing. And this is like Aurora, like the city, right? And I hop out to go throw my trash in the dumpster. So I pull open the dumpster door thing, and then you got the dumpster. I pull it open, and I just stopped. Because like a whole family of raccoons is, and I was like, oh shit. And I'm talking about like fat boys. I just dropped the trash. I put it down, gone. Because it was like a mama, you could tell there was a mom and babies. And when you see babies, raccoons, babies, deer, babies, bear, be gone. Because they're going to think you're coming for them babies. Bro, I dropped that trash so fast and booked it up them stairs. And from then, I would always just throw the trash over. I would never, because you don't want to get bit by a raccoon. You don't want to get bit by a possum. But then if you eat an animal that they done destroyed, that's disease.
Oh, I got bit by a raccoon one time.
Really?
Yeah, I went to the hospital. They gave me 11 shots in my belly button.
11?
Yeah, 11 shots in my belly button.
They had to give you a rabies?
Hell for the rabies.
Yeah, 11 rabies shots.
Yeah, like 11 different kinds of shots.
And the needle was probably like that. See, I'm good. I'm good on that. I don't need those experiences, man. I don't need. I remember one time. There's another time in Colorado. I was living in Boulder. I remember this. And one of the roommates, she had a cat, and her cat would go to war with like raccoons, and so one night you just hear like, bro, it was bad.
Can't get tore up.
Hell no, bruh. Her cat destroyed that raccoon. But all I know is this. All I know is this. I was another trash incident. You know, you gonna take your trash out at night. I opened that door and there was a branch that came down front door, and there's like a tree right here. And I opened the door and I just seen 2 eyes and a body like this big, just fat at the bottom, and just I was like, oh, bro, I was not going outside for the rest of the day, for the rest of the night. You just don't mess with them animals, man. Rabies, bro. Con, they played that too. They played dead. Yeah, that possum wasn't playing dead though. He walked through my lawn like he owned the house. He just walked by, he looked at me, oh, lanky body, and he just kept on going, man. I was like, wow. So we got possums here. It's scary. Anyway, see, this how you know we whack, bro. We supposed to have dominion over raccoons and possum. We over here scared of possums. Y'all all gave yourselves up, scared of possums. Right? Y'all supposed to have dominion. Y'all out here talking about y'all scared.
It got it from
God, no joke, raccoons torn 2 holes. Yeah, oh man, I got so many raccoon stories. Colorado is good for raccoons. I used to have some raccoons living in my roof, and it was terrible because you could hear all the mating. You could hear all, and then you know what we finally did in the summer. What I finally did was go on the roof, patch the hole that they were creeping into, because in the summertime they like to venture out. In the winter they made their little home, but they were taking so much of a crap in the ceiling that it was. I mean, you could see it come through the ceiling. It was bad. Yeah. So again, maintenance of a house. You know, animals will take over even though you're there. So when they got out, it was just a side board that connected the ceiling to the building, to the house. Just went, patched that up, raccoon's gone. Then you have to go clean up the drywall, do all that stuff. Yeah, I got a lot of raccoon stories, man. This is crazy.
Yeah, my worst nightmare is a spider.
Really?
Oh no, I can't deal with it, bro.
Yeah?
I get somewhere. I forget all about bag and everything. I run.
Really?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
See that we ain't got
I
no.
stopped in some traffic before when one was in the car driving my left. They blowing at me. I jumped out of the car. I did, man. I'm playing with no spider.
Yeah. See, she talking about, the sister's talking about raccoons eating holes through the walls.
Wow.
They looking for that warmth in certain temperatures. Yeah. But raccoons are, you know, they're for the most part they'll leave you alone. But when they got babies, they will do what they got to do.
Yeah.
But going back to the point of dealing with these diseased animals and the running issue in the blood, you know, an animal might have rabies. You don't want to eat that animal. That's why you didn't eat certain animals. Bats, they can live with rabies. Pigs, they can live with trichinosis worms and rabies and AIDS and gonorrhea. Like, pigs can live with every disease known to man, and you would never see a symptom. He just oink around and roll in mud. They pull out of her mouth, and there wasn't no edited video or nothing. There was nurses. They pulled this thing out of her mouth. They had her sedated, and it was maybe 2 feet long. Tapeworm. It was flat. The color of, you know, that's what tapeworms. It was a flat worm. They pulled it through her mouth, put it in a little jar or tray. Thing was squirming around. But bro, imagine how long that been sitting in her body. They start out microscopic.
They take nutrients and everything.
Bro, they suck everything from you. But for them to pull out something 2 feet long out of her, through her mouth, it attacked somewhere in her throat or one of her walls and just was there living, chilling. But it's what are you eating? What are you around? You know, con and rats. Yeah. So let's read on. Where we at?
This is going to be Leviticus chapter 15, verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
Every bed whereon he lied that had the issue is unclean. Everything whereon he sitteth shall be unclean.
Mm-hmm.
And whosoever toucheth his bed shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the evening.
And that's all it took was a quick wash. Wash yourself up, wash the clothing, wash the bed sheets, sanitize, maybe wipe down the bed just to make sure. But that was really it. You know, and you would keep disease down, right? But you got, I mean, listen, you got literally some people that, I've seen it. They don't even believe in putting a bed sheet on the mattress. Shoot. they'll sleep on the mattress, and then when you get the mattress back, it's this color. Oh no, it's actually this color. You got to get rid of the whole mattress, right? Because if you're not putting a bed sheet on the mattress and you sleeping on it for months, what are you washing? Very disgusting, right? It's just dead skin and particles, farting in your sleep on the bed, all that stuff, right? Just all over the mattress. You can't wash that.
Because you shed every night.
Yeah, you shed all the time, right? So,
Wow.
keeping things clean, switching out the sheets, switching out your mattress cover, washing your body daily. You gotta shower every day, man. People, listen, you gotta listen, when you come into contact, like the greatest part, when I know working in the mall, the greatest part of the mall was going home and taking a bath. Going home and showering the whole day off of me. You hop in that shower and you're like, oh wow, I feel all the oil, all the mall just come up off you. All the handshakes and all the hugs. Man, what up, bro? Right? All the weed smell, crack smell, all that from the people. You feel it just come up off you, right? Because you feel like a cloudy dirt ball when you're around all those people. And then when you go home and you shower, you're like, oh yes, this is what I needed.
Man.
But that should be the practice. Like my kids, when they get home, bro, go shower. They've been in school all day. Don't sit on my couch. Don't go sit in your bed. Go take you a shower. Get out them dirty school clothes. They're dirty. And go shower. I make them shower right away. Go shower. They know now. They just come in. They'll go shower. Because it don't make no sense to change your clothes and you're dirty.
Right, that's true.
You want to put on clean house clothes and be dirty and then take a shower and then put them same clothes back on?
Right.
Doesn't make sense.
Man, I be up in that shower. I got one of them big wobbles too, like you got. Man, I be up in that shower talking about, oh, most high, you know what you were doing.
I got a sneeze coming on. I can feel it.
Yeah, man.
I got water. I just don't want to sneeze on nobody. I feel the sneeze on my nose. It's there. Right there. Right? So when you in these public settings, man, shower. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that that filth of other people ain't getting all over you. Right? Go ahead, read on. Trying to hold it.
Verse 5. And whosoever touches his bed shall wash his clothes, bathe himself in water, be unclean until the evening. And he that sitteth on anything whereon he sat that hath the issue shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And he that toucheth the flesh of him that hath the issue shall wash his clothes.
Right, because you had the doctors, the physicians. They would go in and assess these people. If they went to war and they got a limb chopped off, and you had to dress the wound, that would make you unclean. You're dealing with that person's blood. They, you know, depending on how bad the wound, it pusses out. It gets infected. Different things like that. Go ahead.
Verse 7. And bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening.
Right. Whoa.
And if he that had the issue spit upon him that is clean, then he shall wash his clothes. And
right. Even if the spit, you talking the spit fly. You know, somebody's sick, the spit flies. That's what they were doing with the whole COVID thing. Wear the mask because your spit was infecting people.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, you just never knew the level of sickness. Doctors get vomited on, they get spit on. If a person got like what is it, hepatitis? I think their spit can infect. Right? Is it hepatitis like C? Yeah. So think about it. If somebody spit catch you in the eye, right? That's why I'm trying not to sneeze on nobody. I don't want my spit to fly on nobody. But if they got hepatitis or something like that, some disease that's carried in saliva, like if a dog licked you in the face, right, and he had rabies, what you think is going to happen? It's going to leak into your eyeball, and you're going to just be, you know what I'm saying? You're going to be messed
Pink
up.
eye and all that.
Right, pink eye, green eye, rabies eye. But a dog with rabies ain't coming to lick you in the face. He's coming to bite your face off, right? Because he's foaming at the mouth and he's uncontrollable.
I've seen a video of a priest, this so-called pastor was trying to, I guess he was, I don't know what the hell he was talking about. I really don't. Because he hopped his spit right in this man's face. You remember that one?
That was
And it
horrible.
came all the way, it came all the way down like that. It was all in the man's mouth. You seen that?
Yes.
That was so filthy.
Yeah.
It was unreal.
I couldn't watch it.
That was
Something
so
something like that
filthy.
physically.
Y'all all seen this on what?
Yeah,
Facebook.
They put it on. No, they put it on.
It was on
chat.
He was on check. Yeah.
Oh, really? He hawked a loogie in this guy's
Put
face.
it in his hand.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Spit in his hand.
And then it was
He
a
did that
clog
noise.
of it. But it was dripping though.
Yeah, he did that noise when it's like that hot, that
Yes, he did that.
yeah, I was like,
He was speaking Hebrew. He was speaking ancient Hebrew.
Whatever.
life.
God, right? L'chaim, right? He was speaking Hebrew with the loogie. But think about it. Think about this. Remember those priests that would circumcise them little boys and then suck their penises? And all them little babies was coming up with gonorrhea? Like how a 6-month-old got gonorrhea? Well, because he got it in his mouth. He sucks on that open wound. Because that's what that is. And then that pus and all that saliva that's filled with all them diseases, gonorrhea and herpes or whatever it was, would go into that baby's flesh. And now he got genital herpes and he never even did anything in his life.
That's right.
And that's a life gift. If you don't, I mean, you can take care of it. You can get rid of that with the right implementation of herbs and diet, right? But it's a baby.
Oh man.
It's a baby. And in those communities, that's what they do. But come on, bro. The Bible tells you not to eat blood.
Yep.
I mean, just because they don't say don't suck a baby's penis, you should kind of know that, right? You should kind of know that. Like that don't make no sense. Why would you even consider doing that? Like, get you some gauze, because that's gonna, after you do all that, it's still gonna bleed anyway. Get you some gauze, like they do in the hospital. Wrap it with some Vaseline, and let that thing heal on its own.
Yep.
But look at the filth and the nastiness, and it pushes disease. All these things were to keep us clean once again. So, you know, the plague, the issues of blood, either you're going to give somebody something or somebody's going to get something from you. Or you're going to catch something. Same thing. Go ahead.
Verse 8.
Yeah, we talked we talked about the bed bugs last week, right? Did we talk about that last week? That was another little plague that would go through the house. The bed bugs, man. That right there. You got to, the house, listen, get rid of it.
They don't play.
Flatten it. Rebuild the whole house from the foundation. Because those things, once they get in and they are established, they'll be in the walls.
Hey, them boys, they'll pack you somewhere, bro.
They'll be in the walls. They'll be coming out light sockets.
Yes.
They'll be hiding under the bed of the foot.
Yes.
The footbed. They'll be everywhere, man. So it just depends on how established they are.
I've been attacked by them before.
Yeah, they're real bad.
I was somewhere, man, and some kept biting me. I kept looking, I couldn't see nothing. And finally, I got up and I raised up the pillow and right up under the part of the mattress like that. Then they were all
Lined
stacked
up.
like a military, like an army. Just like some was all fat. I said, when did they get fat off me? Because I know they was biting all the time, but I was just fat. I didn't know.
It was definitely getting fat off you. They were red. Were they red?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was something
That-
like that. Whoa, man.
Bed bugs start out white like this piece of paper.
Yeah.
They get red because of the blood that's filled up in them.
I was at my uncle's. That's my uncle, man.
They like blood. Blood bugs are just like mosquitoes. They're just like walking mosquitoes. They like blood, so they feed on blood. So if you don't take care of it, and they multiply very, very quickly, right? So you get bit, you get fat, he drops off some eggs. They come, they eat, they start getting fat, they drop off some eggs. So, you know, I don't know how many eggs or how many offspring they drop each, but they're microscopic when they start. But it's a lot, but it's quick.
I didn't want to go back home. I don't want to take them to my house.
Nah,
I
you
got
don't.
to close this thing.
You don't. You got. They hide. They're good hiders. They'll hide in anything. So any type of material that they can hide in, you know what I'm saying? The little creases, the crevices of things.
Yes.
They can go real flat. We talked about it. We talked about it last week. That was a bad. Those are the things you don't want in your home. That's why you can't bring everybody in your house.
Nope.
Everybody can't be up in your house, man. It's like, bruh. you gotta know, you gotta know those that labor amongst you.
Yeah.
Right? You gotta know what's up. You just trying to bring strangers around you, up in your house? Nah, bro. They sit. I remember. I had an apartment, and I had one of these nice, pull-out couch and turn it into a bed. I mean, that boy was sturdy. It was deep. You sat back, and my legs couldn't touch the floor because it was so deep. My feet would stay up, and I'm like, oh, this is a nice one. Metal frame. So I go on like a little quick vacation, little road trip, and I left the house, my apartment, to somebody I knew, and he was bringing chicks through or whatever the case may be, and somehow the couch got infested. So I pulled the couch out one day. I remember my mom came to visit, so I gave her my bed and I pulled the couch out. I'm laying in the pull-out bed, I'm getting bit. And I'm like, what the hell's going on here? So when I go up under and look into the metal of the frame, and at that time I didn't know how to get rid of them, bro. And I remember putting that couch in the apartment. I lived on the 3rd floor. It took hours. It was so heavy, and it didn't fit through the door perfectly. It took me and my dad forever to do it, but it took me 5 minutes to get out of that house. It was so quick. I was like, oh no, bro. But yeah, you just gotta know who you gotta like. People that ain't clean, you can't just let them be in your abode because it's about being clean. These things are about being. Like they say, cleanliness is next to godliness. The Bible don't say that, but the understanding of all the things the Most High did to keep us clean, to be next to Him. We have to be clean physically, but we have to be clean spiritually. Yeah, I wish I didn't get rid of that couch, man. I know how to get rid of them now. It's heat. It's steam. I would have steamed that couch down, steamed that frame down. Yeah. That was a good couch. I'm talking about, bruh. You don't find pull-out couches like that no more. You get the little flimsy, decorative ones. This was like an old school, bruh. Yeah. Anyway, let's read on.
Yeah, those books they got now, straight aluminum.
Yeah, right. Plastic frame.
Leviticus chapter 15, verse 8. And if he that had the issue spit upon him that is clean, then he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the evening. And what saddle soever he rideth upon that hath the issue shall be unclean. And whosoever toucheth anything that was under him shall be unclean until the evening. And he that beareth any of those things shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the evening. And whomsoever he toucheth that hath the issue and had not rinsed his hands in water, he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the evening. And the vessel of earth that he toucheth, which hath the issue, shall be broken. And every vessel of wood shall be rinsed in water. Verse 13. And when he that had an issue is cleansed of his issue, then he shall number to himself 7 days for his cleansing, and wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in running water, and shall be clean. And on the 8th day he shall take to him 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, and come before Most High unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and give them unto the priest. And the priest shall offer them, the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him before the Lord for his issue. And if any man's seed of corruption go out from him, then he shall wash all his flesh in water and be unclean until the evening. And every garment and every skin whereon is the seed of copulation shall be washed with water and be unclean until the even.
Remember, there's blood and semen.
Con.
There's blood and semen, so you know you want to wash those things, clean those things, and just make sure that you know everything's clean from there. Go ahead.
Verse 18. The woman also with whom man shall lie with seed of copulation, they shall both bathe themselves in water and be unclean until the even. And if a woman have an issue, and her issue in her flesh be blood, she shall be put apart 7 days, and whosoever touches her shall be unclean until the even. And everything that she lied upon in her separation shall be unclean.
So think about this. A woman gives birth to a baby. Everything she touches is unclean, including what? The baby. You come and touch your baby, then what? You're unclean too. Right? So, I mean, I don't know no man that had a baby and has waited 80 days to see his baby. Or waited 40 days to see his son. That woman is unclean as soon as she touched that baby. And that baby is unclean, and you touch the baby, and you're unclean. See how you can't escape? Acting like you can keep the, like, that's why there's grace and mercy. But remember, it wasn't a sin to be unclean. So you didn't even need grace and mercy in being unclean. You didn't need that. It was just you were unclean. Just know that. Right? So you were ceremonially unclean. You weren't supposed to be doing this, the ceremony things. You weren't sitting in the congregation. You weren't, if I'm not mistaken, you weren't hitting feasts and things like that at this time. You were just unclean, right? But it wasn't a sin. It wasn't a sin to hold your baby. It wasn't a sin for a woman to menstruate. It wasn't a sin for a man to go to war, get his damn finger blown off and bleed. It just wasn't. Right. Or cut yourself in the yard and bleed. It wasn't a sin. You were just unclean to watch out for any. It was a watch out for any type of disease that you might not know you have, that can be transmissible between people.
Right.
Right. Go ahead.
Verse 20, last precept. Everything also that she sitteth upon shall be clean, and whosoever toucheth her bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even. And whosoever toucheth anything that she set upon shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even.
Why? Because you got to think about this. Women are taught in this day and age. So there's a difference between tampons and maxi pads, right? Con? It's about to get real weird for the brothers. If you're not used to buying these things, this conversation is going to be weird. I'm used to buying these things. I got daughters, right? So you got, right, tampons and maxi pads, right? One goes in and one, or underwear liners, right? Just think about it. When you put the tampon and it blocks up that whole flow, that's where you get a lot of disease and sickness. There was somebody that I knew, man. Their daughter was sick. Like, she got real sick, like almost like sepsis sick. And what it was, she kept a tampon in there too long. And her body started to attack it. She didn't know she had to change it. Her body started to attack her body because that was a foreign object in her body. She started to get sepsis. And they figured, oh damn, tampon. Right? Well, you weren't supposed to put, you weren't supposed to use that means to catch that blood. So when a woman sat down, there could be the probability that, right. But they did have means, right? They did have means of making sure that there wasn't blood just all over the place. You see that? But we weren't using tampons, because then it would stop the whole purpose of what you were trying to do. The woman's body is purging and cleansing. If you stop up the airwave, it ain't gonna breathe, right? It ain't gonna come down. It'll come down to an extent, but the body is still not gonna purge and cleanse the way it needs to,
Right.
because you're putting something in that area and it's stopping the full cleansing. Y'all see that? So if you're using those things, you got to be careful. Even the I was looking at something, and they start going through the tampons or the panty liners that women just put on their underwear. They were cutting them open, and there was something inside of it that was supposed to the moisture absorbent. You know how they put it in diapers? Like a baby can pee and then the diaper just blows up. It absorbs, but those absorbents were causing cancer in women.
Wow.
Yeah, because even that wasn't supposed to sit on your body for like, think about it. You got a woman, she's on her menstrual, she got to go to work. She can't take a break, but she's bleeding, right? But then she got to sit there for hours until she can go change her pad or whatever the case may be, but she done bled through that, right? What's gonna happen? Well, you're gonna have blood everywhere, and you're still gonna have that blood rubbing up on the skin. You're gonna have all the different chemicals inside the tampon, because that's what it's made of. For something to absorb moisture on that level, it's chemicalized. So that stuff is gonna rub up on your skin and it can cause infection, it can cause bacteria. Different things like that. So, we had more natural means of making sure that a woman didn't just, because what's cold is, you got these damn Edomites, they got this free bleed movement. Have y'all heard of that? Yeah. Where they don't wear anything. They just sit down and it's just blood everywhere. They're just like, they can take it or leave it. Yeah. I'm like, what? You on the park bench just bleeding? Like, they just free bleed, they call it, right? And it's insane. You can tell how barbaric it is, but just using common sense and wisdom.
Right.
We didn't stop up, but we also didn't just bleed everywhere. Right? We had a means of being sanitary, and then being able to discard of whatever material that was, right? That had all that blood, to be able to discard of that and not have all that disease and all that filth just around. But that's why there was a whole separate house for the women that were on their menstrual, right? And I'm sure, I know for a fact, we were smart enough, ingenious enough to have menstrual rags. That's what the Bible said. There was menstrual rags, right? There was rags that were there to catch that. So, but was there a chance? I mean, it happens now to women, right? They'll even use a tampon and it'll still get some blood on the underwear or whatever the case may be, because if you're a heavy, I'm telling you this, I mean, I'm good with this conversation, right? If you're a heavy bleeder, if you're a light bleeder, right? Different things are gonna happen with different women. You have a menstrual cycle and it'll be heavy one month and then light the next month. Levels of stress, what you've been eating, how you've been thinking, right? And so sometimes that blood will get on the bed, will get on your clothes or whatever the case may be. That's why you keep extra panty liners with you, right? Ladies, right? Come on. I mean, we're all grown ups here. Anyway, brothers are like, listen, I remember the first time I had to go buy those, right? When your rib is pregnant and she just had a baby, she can't move around like that. She's like, babe, I need you to go, and you're like, ooh, really? Ooh. You're like, you sure you can't walk? Ooh, right? And I remember, I had my daughter is 19 years old, so this is 19 years ago. I'm 20 years old, buying these things, but I'll give you this. I had to buy them for my mom when I was young. When I was a kid, she would send me to the store and get these right here. And I'm like, what the hell is that? Right? And then you go get them and you're like, oh, that's weird. right? But then as you got older, you're like, oh, I'm buying tampons and things like that, you know. So for me, it's because all I do, I get the text, Dad, da-da-da-da. I'm like, oh, okay. Right? And I go right to the wall, wherever, and I get it. Like, so for me, it's not a weird or awkward conversation. For some brothers, it might be, and their sisters like, how you know so much? Live in a house full of women. All right? I got daughters. I got to know these things. So, I mean, you know, what's funny is, it's weird as a dad when you get the phone call, when that first happens to your daughter.
Yep.
Right? You get the phone call, and it's like, Dad. And they're telling you what's going on, and you're like, call your mom. Call your mom. Right? Call your mom, right? But I got that call. So I had to know what was up. You know, but that's what we're called to do. You can't, you know, everything can't be on the mom or the dad, but it's good that us men know what's going on with the women also.
Right.
Because you might have to go get a certain one and you're like, well, I don't see that one. I don't know, that don't even exist. And then you got to look and search and stand and you got to go ask somebody and, you know, and then they're looking at.
I FaceTime, I flip it.
Yeah, what you want? Yeah, I mean, bro, I'm not, you know, the things that you used to be embarrassed to go buy way back in the days, I'm not embarrassed to go buy them now. Now I'm like, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm you know, so.
Can't shy away from it.
Yeah, you know. Brother said been there. Yeah. And once you have a rib and once you have daughters, and they hit a certain age, remember, you're young 13-year-old or 11-year-old, they're not able to go shop. So they're going to call you, hey, Dad, I need these things. And you're like, damn, again? I'm like, huh?
Last week.
Yeah, like you got to use like the whole body, like, damn. Right, so you're getting to understand what a woman has to go through in this time, right? You're picking up on attitudes and, oh, I get it. You're okay. Well, and then, but then, see, it's even sitting down with your daughter and showing them just because you're going through that, don't mean you got to have a damn attitude. Don't mean you got to let that rule you. You see what I'm saying? It's all these different things as men of wisdom and women of wisdom that we're able to have these conversations because the wisdom is there. It's there for us to pick and cherry pick from. And just use and not be awkward, like awkward conversation. We shouldn't have awkward conversations when it comes to rearing our children and giving them the things that people didn't conversate with you about, where you had to experiment.
Yeah, you can't shy away from it.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean? Women have to experiment on how to use tampons and all those different things and use them wrong. Broke off the little cotton part that comes down, they can't get it out. Went too far, you know, left it in there, got sick. Listen, those are bad experiences that if somebody was there to talk to them, they wouldn't have dealt with, right? So that's us. So it can't be awkward if you got kids. Sex talks about intercourse, that can't be awkward. You gotta just know, okay, well, what does the scripture say about it? And you go through it like that. Was that it?
Mm-hmm. I got it.
Ivy.
I was just, when you were talking about the tampons, like all like tampon boxes, it says that they cause some type of shock syndrome, I think it's called. Toxic
what is it?
shock
Toxic
syndrome.
shock?
And it says it
Oh, man.
all the directions, and then you go and you ask your gynecologist or OBGYN about it, and they're like, oh, that's not really common anymore. Doesn't really happen like that anymore. But I always was nervous about that. I'm like, what the heck? But it says it.
It says it because it can happen. Even though it's a low percentile, it still happens. And you could at any point be that low percentile, be part of that low percentile. So just the commonality, the common knowledge of if I take anything and plug the hole, that means nothing comes out of that hole. It doesn't matter what it is. If I gauze something up, if I get bit by a spider and it leaves a hole this big in my arm, if I pack that wound, that's going to stop it from getting air and from bleeding. Now you want to do that for a moment, but then you want to remove that gauze and then put. Once it starts to, once it stops bleeding, then you cover, and that with the right covering and gauze to allow airflow. Remember, bacteria loves a few things, but good bacteria needs airflow. Good bacteria there's good bacteria on your body. Don't y'all know that? When you sweat, The mixture of your sweat and the bacteria on your skin is what causes the smell that you give off, your natural body odor. So your bacteria that's on the skin, the millions and trillions of bacteria on your skin, right? The reason why you just don't give off a weird body odor before you sweat is because there's air that's mixing and keeping that bacteria kind of at bay. Right. But as soon as you sweat under your arm, which your arm is down, or in your crotch, or in your feet that are covered, what happens? It gives you a different smell because that bacteria doesn't have the air to breathe. So bacteria needs air for it to not be like the real bad smell.
Well, is it like the cuts whenever they put Band-Aids on it, and then all of a sudden the pus, you have to take off the cut, you have to take off the Band-Aid and let it breathe?
That's what I'm saying. At some point, you have to take off the bandage and put a different bandage on, and depending on the level of cut, right? But they dress a wound, so some, they'll have to go in there and cover it to stop it from bleeding for a little bit, put some Neosporin, whatever the case may be. But after a while, yes, you take off that Band-Aid, let it breathe, let it air out, right? And then you'll put a Band-Aid that sits on top that has more air holes, like gauze. Right. So like gauze is so good because it allows things to breathe. It gets air, it dries up, it doesn't smell. That's how bacteria works. So you have good bacteria, bad bacteria. But if I'm constantly covering things up or stopping up what's supposed to flow, then what's going to happen? I'm going to cause myself, like, where you think bacterial vaginosis comes from. That's a bad bacteria. It's an imbalance. That's a bad bacteria that women get. Yeast infections. Yeast is a bacteria, right? And what happens is there's an overbalance or overbalance of that yeast, and that interacts, and then with your body, and then you get a yeast infection, and you got to get whatever medication you got to get for that. Don't get it twisted. Men can get yeast infections too. If your body has too much yeast in it and it can't go nowhere, it'll try to go through your genitals. It will. All right. So it's just bacteria, and bacteria needs air. That's why your feet gotta breathe. You gotta wear. We're supposed to wear certain type of clothing to breathe, to let that bacteria breathe, so you're not giving off those smells. If you ever make, like I make compost, I do like the compost, like the leaves, the scraps, the this, the that. It's right in my backyard. You go back there, you don't even smell it. Why? Because compost needs water, air, and nitrogen and carbon. But it needs air and water for it to activate all those nice little bacteria. It breaks it down, you fertilize your lawn. And you won't even smell, listen, coffee grounds, eggshells, banana peels, onions, oranges, pineapples. All that stuff is mixed in that compost. You go smell it, smells like dirt. It smells just like dirt. Why? Because that bacteria is fed the right way. Air, water, moisture. But if there's no air, that's where you get the bad stuff. Where we at? Oh, you got a question?
Until the evening, what does that mean? Like
Sundown.
until sundown?
Yeah.
Like if I cut myself right now?
If you cut yourself right now, listen, if you got a paper cut, you're not unclean. It says a running issue. So it would be literally like some uncontrollable, like let's say, remember when Yashikar cut his knee?
Yeah, yes, sir.
So imagine if we couldn't get that to stop bleeding.
Oh, okay.
And it was just bleeding and bleeding and bleeding, right? We'd have to find a way to stop that from bleeding and then put him to the side somewhere. But if you got a little paper cut, bro, you wash it, clean it, put a Band-Aid on it, would you be unclean? Well, watch. It wouldn't be a running issue if it stops.
Oh, okay.
Right? It had to be like a running issue, like on a level of pus and blood type thing. You see that? But a little small cut doesn't make you unclean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Who's next? Ramiro Shabbat Shal, Yashakar, Ban Yashala. I might it. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yashab Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah. What about stopping a bloody nose? Again, if it's like just continuously bleeding and there's blood everywhere, then you got to figure out what's going on. Now, again, if the bloody nose is gushing, remember it says watch. When verse 15 and verse 2, speak on the chapter 15 and verse 2 of Leviticus. Speak unto the children of Israel and say unto them, when any man hath a running issue out of his flesh, because of his issue, he is unclean. So it has to be a running, it's a continual issue. You got a quick nosebleed and you're able to just, plug the nose or however, how do you stop a nosebleed? You throw some tissue there or you get a cold rag or whatever the case may be. But if there's blood going everywhere, blood makes things unclean. So, you want to be technical? Yeah, you be unclean till the evening. It's blood. You see that? It's blood. So, then you got to really go and see, well, why am I bleeding? Why is my nose bleeding? Water, too dry in the air. Did I pick it? Do I got to cut? All those different things. But once there's blood being spilled everywhere, then yeah, it's unclean because it's a bunch of blood. It's a lot of blood. But a paper cut, you get a paper cut, and you're like, oh, and then you go boom under the water, and you band-aid that. Would you be just unclean because you got a little paper cut? No. But if there's blood gushing, then whatever that blood touch is coming out of you like that, then yeah, what's that?
So a while back, I had like a leakage from my leg.
Okay.
Was that?
You had a leakage from it, like pus, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Because remember, our bodies are not supposed to be leaking out any type of fluids out of it. You're not supposed to have any type of leaking, especially pus is a sign of what? Infection. And the different color, like even they'll tell you phlegm is a sign of infection. We all got phlegm, but if you phlegm, and then you spit and you see that it's like that lime greenish, your phlegm looks like this color. The darker green, the more infection it is, right? So that's how you know about infection. You got pus that has different levels. You got the white pus, and that'll turn. You'll have the green pus. So, but pus is a indicator that there's some infection there. So, you wouldn't want that to leak around. That's why they put a shunt. Like people that are infected, a shunt. They'll put something to drain, keep that infection draining. I remember, one time. I remember I used to get these ingrown hairs in the back of my head. And I'll never forget this one. Remember when they shut up the movie theater in Colorado?
Gone.
So that night I didn't go to work because I had an ingrown hair so bad that I couldn't even turn my head.
Wow.
It was so bad, my neck was so tight. So I ended up going to the hospital. And they had to cut it open with a razor. She had to inject it. Cut it open with a razor and let it drain. So I could feel the damn pus running down. They had to bandage it. But technically I'd be unclean because I'm draining out infection.
Yeah.
Then they gave me like some pill, some $500 pill, man. It's crazy. And everybody thought I got killed because I went to the movie theater. I didn't go to work that night. They thought I went to the movies that night. My phone was blowing up. I worked at night at that time, overnight, and my phone was blowing up. I'm asleep. I'm knocked out because of the pain. I wake up to all these phone calls and texts like, yo, like, you good? I'm like, what the hell? Then I seen, shout out the movie theater down the street. I'll never forget that. But yeah, the point was I had to go to the doctor. She took a razor. She cut open the bump and to drain it. I sat there and I felt the pressure just go down instantly. And the drainage and the pus was coming out. Yeah, that was like a real bad ingrown hair. It was real bad. So yeah, I would be technically unclean at that time because there was an infection. Y'all got it? Okay, where we at?
We're in Leviticus chapter 15, verse 23.
Uh-huh.
And if it be on her bed or on anything whereon she sitteth, when he touches it, he shall be unclean until the even. And if any man lie with her at all, and her flower be upon him, he shall be unclean 7 days.
Right, that blood catches him. That happens sometimes too, where a woman is on the cusp of starting her menstrual cycle, and what happens? That intercourse brings it on in the middle of intercourse. It's happened, right? We're all grown-ups here. Mm-hmm. It's happened, and technically that man would be unclean. Now, if you're purposely going to your woman and knowing that she's on that cycle, that's something wrong with your brain, right? But that's why it said give it 7 days, because again, going through the process, you got some women who their menstrual cycles only last 4 days.
Yep.
Right? Where you have actual bleeding, right? And what will happen is like, oh, it's done, right? And then the man, he's all excited, and he goes, and then look, it's not done. That's why the Bible says separate for 7 days. Give it a complete number to make sure. Just because your menstrual cycle seems like it's over in 4 days or 5 days or 6 days, wait till that 7th day and give it that full allotted time. That way you ain't got to sit back and be unclean, miss this and miss that. Oh, you know, her flowers touch me, and you know.
Right.
Yeah, just take the 7 days. Go through the method, the discipline, things like that. But if you're a man that's purposefully laying with your woman and she's on her menstrual cycle, you got to go get evaluated spiritually to see what the hell is your problem. Right? And why you can't hold yourself for 7 damn days. Because that's insanity to the highest degree of insanity to me. And it's filthy, it's nasty, it's disgusting. And again, you gotta get your spirit checked. Alright? Go ahead.
And all the bed whereon he lieth shall be unclean.
Mm-hmm.
And if a woman have an issue of her blood many days out of the time of her separation, or if it run beyond the time of her separation, all the days of the issue of her uncleanness shall be as the days of her separation. She shall be unclean.
Right. So, like you had the woman that had the issue of blood, what, 12 years? And she touched Yahushua garment and then she was clean because of your faith, but she was basically unclean for all that time. That's crazy.
It's a long time.
She wouldn't stop bleeding. You see that? But the Bible goes and it shows you about what you do in those times. If it run past, let's say it's 7 days and she goes past 7 days, then what do? Well, you got to give it another 7 days. And if it goes past those 7, you got to give it another 7. And you got to go through these cycles of 7 days. And if you go past, a woman is bleeding for a month, then you got to go get checked out by the doctor to see. Because it happens.
It does.
It happens. It happens to women where their menstrual they'll just be bleeding and bleeding. And there's something else going on in their body that needs to be checked out, you know? Some type of, and they administer whatever type of medication they can to help.
Yeah. A lot of times it's actually birth control pills.
Those will cause you to bleed more or not bleed at all, to not menstruate at all. You know, the depot shot, I remember that. That would have you menstruating all throughout your whole life. If you took the depot, it'd make you gain weight, but you would always have a menstrual cycle. It kept you just menstruating. The whole month, menstruation, because of that shot. Because what is it? Hormonal imbalances. Those shots and things, they throw hormones into your body, and it takes you off course. Now your body is just triggered into a constant menstrual cycle. For some women, it's the opposite. They wouldn't menstruate at all, and that's not good. So what's happening with those eggs that's not being fertilized? What's going on with that? Where's that going? The Most High created you to go through that cycle for a reason. Purge your body for a reason. So if it's not being purged, what's happening? But that's why those things sit in the body and they cause what? That's why you get uterine cancer, fallopian tube cancer, because the body is not doing the things that it was created to do and function the way it's supposed to.
Endometriosis or something like that.
What is it?
It's called, endometriosis? I don't know the exact word of it. There you go.
Endometriosis, right? Endometriosis. Yeah.
There you go.
Yep. And that leads to, man, listen, women getting their whole reproductive system having to be removed.
Yep.
Right? What do they call it? Hysterectomies.
Yeah.
Right. That leads to hysterectomies. Why? Because it's cancerous. So they take out the reproductive organs to try to beat. It's sad. It sucks.
Yes,
But
it does.
you know, that's why we got to do things the right way. Make sure we're doing things the right way. Go ahead, read on.
Oh, real quick, I think when I was younger, I heard that there's some like kind of a birth control thing where it makes you like you only have your time like 4 times out of the year.
I'm sure there is. Remember, they got something that will make you never have one, make you have one all the time. It's the level of hormones that's in that. All birth controls are different, but they're meant to block the cycle of that egg moving from one part of the body to the other to be fertilized. So it cuts off that fertilization part. That's basically what birth control does. It just blocks that egg from going down into where it needs to go to sit there and be fertilized. That's all it is. So it interrupts the body's natural cycle. But that's where eggs get lodged into a fallopian tube. If it sits in a fallopian tube too long, what happens? That thing starts to grow. Ooh, you don't want no baby in your fallopian tube. Bigger than what it's supposed to be. It'll destroy your fallopian tubes. That's why it moves down fallopian tubes, uterus, and it sits in that uterus and it grows because that's the space that it needs. But the fallopian tubes are here, right? On the sides. The uterus is down in here. The egg travels through I'm giving y'all biology class. I'm trying to remember what I remember from biology. But the egg travels from the fallopian tube and it gets fertilized in that area and it goes down into the uterus and then boom, right? But the birth control blocks that fallopian tube action and either the egg gets stuck up in there or she just passes the eggs before any type of fertilization happens. Yeah. And different birth controls do different things. You got the ones that they put in there shaped like a T.
Yeah.
And they put it in their vagina.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or you got the one that they put the patch. Right? That's a bunch of hormones that just kills them. They got the shot, the pill, right? There's different forms. There's so many different forms of birth control. They got the ring, the oval ring. What's it called?
One they put in their arm right here.
Right. But they got the one that they put in their, right, the O-ring. And it just releases hormone.
Yep.
Yeah. But then think about it. A lot of women that get on those birth controls, when they get off, it takes, and they want to, because they get off, why? Because now I want to have a baby.
Yeah.
It ain't getting pregnant right away.
Takes a while.
Years.
Yeah, years.
It takes years for your body to get back to its natural cycle on everything moving, the menstrual cycle, recognize, like your body has been taken out of recognizing what it's supposed to do naturally. You see that? So that birth control, man, even though you get off it, I want to get pregnant now, I got a good man and this and that, I'm tired of running these streets. But guess what? You got 5-6 more years for even that to happen because now your body has to readjust to not having the chemicals. Birth control is just a bunch of chemicals.
Yeah, I had a friend that did that. They what happened is she had to go basically take shots.
Okay.
For her to get pregnant, and they were taking
fertilization shots.
Right. They started taking shots because she was taking. I believe she was taking all that.
So they were giving her hormones.
Right.
They were trying to counteract the hormones that her body was getting from the birth control, and now they were. They do it. I mean. Yeah, they do that. They do that to the transgenders. They call it hormone therapy. So they're injecting her with hormones now to trigger pregnancy.
But that's
these
an
are
imbalance
the
too, because because she was getting pregnant with like 5-6 babies inside of her. And all of them would die.
Right, because because that's not the natural way to do it. Like remember Octomom? The woman that gave birth to the 8 babies? Yeah, because that's all in vitro. That's all artificial insemination. Yeah, where you think like a lot of people be having twins and all that. Beyonce's little twins was not natural. That was in vitro.
Wow.
That was in vitro, baby. Yeah, that's why they had twins this last time. Jay-Z ain't got no twins in his family, neither does Beyonce. Right? But when you do the in vitro, they fertilize you on a higher level to ensure pregnancy. It's just like when you're planting seeds for your crops. You gonna plant one tomato seed and hope that that one plant grows? Hell nah, you gonna put four seeds in that hole, hoping that 1 out of 4.
Yep.
That's what you're gonna get.
That's what happens.
Maybe 2 out of 4, maybe. And if you get 3 out of 4, Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua, the Lord is with you. Right? But if you throw one seed, it says, he that sow sparingly will reap sparingly. He that sow bountifully will reap bountifully. So what they do, they make sure they sow those seeds in that woman bountifully. And then she has 10 kids. She has 8 babies, 9 babies, 4 or 5 babies at one time. It's not good.
That's what happened. She
not
actually
natural.
pumped her. She said she lost all 4 babies and then one
survived?
Yeah, one stopped.
Because her level of getting pregnant and staying pregnant is so low, the higher we fertilize her, the probability, they're going off numbers and probability.
Right.
Yeah, but again, going back, when you change your hormonal balance and you interrupt the body's natural function to just reproduce and to purge, because we're dealing with the purge part. When you stop that, when a woman stops doing that and releasing and purging, man, they got all types of issues that come with these women. All types of issues, right? That they can get cervix cancer, all these different cancers, all these different you get toxic buildups. Just imagine if the body is supposed to purge and you're not doing it, where is that going? Where is it going? Oh, I know where. It reabsorbs into your body. And then your liver and your kidneys have to deal with it.
That's true.
Right? But that's supposed to go out. So again, now you're putting your organs at risk. So, just a little quick talk about that. Let me see. My cousin who was on birth control told me how her cycle was on nonstop for over 3 months. She's still on birth control. Think about it. You're losing that much blood for 3 months, bro. I remember just getting a shot, getting my blood taken for a shot, a little vial, and I'm like, oh man, Jesus, bro. I'm like, man, I gotta replenish, right? I'm drinking Gatorade, and I'm trying to replenish. I'm eating spinach, right? So I can't imagine just walking around constantly for 3 months losing blood, which is what keeps you alive. Where's your level of enthusiasm and just your spark? Where's all that gonna be at? That's gonna be a rough 3 months, but you weren't made to just be doing that. We weren't made to just bleed excessively like that. So you gotta be careful, you gotta really be careful what you put on your body, what you put in your body. You gotta look into these things. There's other alternatives of birth control you can use if those things are not gonna work out for you. I was just talking to my husband about how messed up birth control can make you. Yep. A lot of women had felt that, just not knowing, just trying to be, I get it. Hey, right? 18 years, or we take this birth control. I get it, right? Those are decisions that every man has to make. Every man has to make those decisions, right? According to his household. If you pop it out, 15 kids. If she got twins and then she just got twins again and then she gonna have twins in another year, you might have to pull back and just say, hold on, what do we do? Where do we go from here? Right? What do we do? We can't just keep having twins. It's not feasible. What's that?
What you call serious blood clots.
Birth control. Right. See, that's another thing. Blood clotting. Right? And that travels. Boom, heart attack. Blow out a valve. Boom, stroke. Right? So blood clotting is another, because remember that blood is going somewhere, being backed up, it just goes right back into the stream. And it takes a little piece. The blood clot is not that big, ladies and gentlemen. It's not that big. Your arteries are not that big. And for that to travel through, it's not a lot. It's not huge. It just takes a little bit of that blood to coagulate and do what it got to do, and then break off, and boom, like a time bomb. So again, some of us are faced with having to control our births because you can't just have 10 kids with no means of being able to take care of them. It's just not feasible, right? Some can, some can't. But you got to figure out a way. How do we go about still living life and not just dropping babies that is going to be a burden on us later down the line? So there's other methods. There's other methods, and not destroying my wife's body in the process. The pregnancies are going to destroy her, but so will the birth control after a certain time. So you just got to look at, you just got to do your homework, do your research, things like that. Where we at?
Leviticus chapter 15, verse 26. Every bed whereon she lies all the days of her issue shall be unto her as the bed of her separation.
Right.
And whatsoever she sitteth upon shall be unclean, as the uncleanness of her separation. And whosoever touches those things shall be unclean, and shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even. But if she be cleansed of her issue, then she shall number to herself 7 days. And after that she shall be clean. And on the 8th day she shall take unto her 2 turtles and 2 young pigeons, and bring them unto the priest to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Right. So, okay. Somebody just asked, what about getting your tube side? Don't get your tube side. Why would you do that? This is the thing. The Most High didn't tie your tubes when you were born. If he didn't want your tubes to be open, he would tie them already. Right? So when I say there's other means, that's more extreme than anything, getting your tube side. Because you get your tube side, and then what if you want children down the line? You got to go back in and get some unnecessary surgery. They got to find a way to unburn the tubes and then untie them, and then no. So, but that's what happens when they tie tubes. They don't just tie it like you think. They cut, tie them off, and burn the ends. That way, that those tubes can never fuse back. They make sure they do it in a way where, for the ones that never want to get pregnant ever again, there's no possible chance, unless it's a miracle from the Lord, because they don't want to get sued. Right? You got men that'll go get the little snippy snip. Vasectomies. There's no need for that. There's no need for that. Right? There's other, listen, go get condoms. Men, y'all can, right? Y'all know that, right? Okay. I mean, let's just think about it. Let's think about it in this mind state. Now, when you go through the scriptures, it doesn't say thou shalt use condoms and thou shalt not. Or thou shalt use some type of birth control or thou shalt not. But let's use wisdom. If I'm procreating at a rate that now I can't manage my household, do I keep doing it? Either you stop having sex or you get some condoms on. That's it. Right? But the Most High is not putting us in an arena where you just pop out babies and you still got to go to work and still got to go do this, and then you got to take all your 15 kids and hand them to the next person for them to be burdened down with your 30,000 kids. We're not Gideon having 70 sons, and you're not David. You don't have that means right now to take care of them. Right? When we get to the kingdom and we can do all that, that's different. But now in this day and age, you don't have that means, right? I wouldn't advise any man to be out here popping out 10 kids. Right. Have your 1, 2, 3, 3 kids. I mean, me myself, I got 5. I got 5 children. I can take care of my 5 children. I got 6 kids in my house. I can take care of my 6 kids. And is it a struggle? Yeah, sometimes. You're like, damn, 6 kids up in here. When they all want to cry at once, you're like, oh, wow. It's like You know, but then think about it. Now you gotta have somewhere to put 6 kids.
That's true.
So you gotta get a bigger house. You get 7, now I gotta get a bigger home. Right? Now I gotta have food to feed 6 kids. I gotta have resources for 6 kids, 7 kids, 8 kids. Like, that stuff costs money. It's time and money. Now, I know me, right, as a priest of the Most High, I don't have time to sit around and babysit my whole life. I just don't. I got things to do. So I can't be like, oh, well, you know, my kids, and then I neglect all the other things that I got to do. So you got to ask yourself, are you a baby making machine or a priest? That's what you got to ask yourself, right? It's not wrong to look. The scriptures say, what man go to war and count not the cost? Well, what man has a bunch of babies and don't count the cost of what it's going to take to raise those kids? Are you even going to be able to be there for them spiritually? Forget about monetarily, because sometimes that's easier, right? But are you going to be able to guide all these children, or is somebody going to fall through the cracks? There's all these different things. So tying the tubes, I wouldn't advise that at all. Vasectomies, I wouldn't advise that. I wouldn't advise anybody to go under the knife and distort their body. But there's other you can use other means, So, yeah. Or Gemaria, or just practice abstinence like Paul says. Well, if you got a husband and a wife,
You burn.
practicing abstinence is not that easy.
Okay.
That would have to be agreed on. That all of a sudden this man is going to be a eunuch and this woman is not going to have no, that would have to be agreed on. Y'all have to agree on that. I don't see young, vibrant 20-year-old couples talking about
That's not happening.
abstinence, babe. No, I don't see that happening.
That's not happening.
Right? Because even me, in my 40s, I'm not practicing no damn abstinence. I'm a vibrant male. Right? I feel like I'm 16. But at the same time, listen, 10 children ain't feasible for me. It's just not. Right? I love my kids, but 1 more is not feasible right now. I'm like, whew. Just had this one. I'm like, man, listen. It's great when you look at things and you put it in perspective, and when it's you're just like, dang, okay, this is not feasible right now. It's lawful, but it's not expedient. Right? So you got to take these different precautions. Yes, it's okay to use a means of birth control, but I wouldn't advise tube tying. I wouldn't advise vasectomies. Surgeries, I would not advise. Right? Even the birth control pills, I wouldn't advise, knowing what it does to the women, how it destroys their biology. So the man got to take it upon himself, right? So yeah, it's like saying God ain't know what He was doing. Why tie the tube? Right? What about why tie the tube? Well, we're taught to tie the tubes and vasectomies because that's supposedly the most effective way to do it. That's what Esau came up with. Let's just surgically remove the tubes that do anything, and you will never have to worry about it. My dad went and got that done. After he had my little sister, he went on a lunch. He was like, man, he was telling me to go get it done. And I only had at that time 2 kids. He's like, son, I was like 25. He's like, you go. I went on my lunch break. I was in there and out of there in a lunch break. I was like, what? He was like, yeah, on a lunch break. He went in, whoop, and went right back to work. I was like, damn, they make it that easy, huh? Yeah. You know, it was funny, I was reading something, and they said that the most vasectomies are done. Take a guess when? Huh?
Lunchtime.
No. There's a time of the year. He said lunchtime. No, the most vasectomies are done during
Springtime.
March Madness, because cats wanted to sit home and watch basketball.
Oh.
So they would go get a vasectomy so they could sit home and watch March Madness. This was like a couple of years ago when I heard this. I don't know how true it is, but they were saying like the most. I'm like, really? And I thought, I'm like, yeah, because you could take that. You could say like, I need a week off to recover. March Madness is about a week, right, to watch college basketball.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so they would go schedule their vasectomy around that time to get that week off to heal and watch basketball.
Sick.
It's kind of ingenious. You killing two birds with one stone.
Man, on that whole, what really got me one time was my boss. He had got it right,
Right?
and then he went through something. He lost his kid, right,
And then, see,
and then he can't do nothing with it.
can't.
So I was like, I saw that. I was like, nah.
Yeah.
that
You
doesn't
can't
make sense.
untie that.
Right.
After that's
It
done,
all,
they-
it all depends because a lot of times they just put clips.
yeah.
Still.
But if I'm going in to do that, I don't want no reversal.
You're right.
Like, and if I'm going in to do that, come on, man. The type of people that go to do the people that go to do those things, usually they're philanderers. They're running around, they play in the field. They don't want no evidence. They don't want no tokens of their love popping up.
A lot of people want that.
There's, you know, they don't want no tokens of their voluptuousness, right? They're leaving tokens everywhere. They don't want that. They don't want no type of responsibility, you know. But again, I wouldn't advise that. Some unnecessary surgery. I would advise there's other means. I mean, nothing is 100% unless you don't do nothing at all. Right? Unless you are abstinent for forever. But think about it. If you're in a relationship and you're young and you're vibrant, or you feel young and vibrant, you're not gonna just not do nothing. That's not even feasible, right? You're just gonna suffer and burn. That's not feasible. Most High didn't. He said if you burn, marry. Right? Right. But still marry with caution. Marry with some sense of what you're doing. With wisdom, yeah. So, yeah, no eunuchs, abstinence for periods of time to slow down production. Yeah, but if I'm being think about this. If I'm being abstinent for a period of time, and your kids get to a certain age, you don't want to pop up a brand new one, right? Like my kids are 7, 8. I should be well, because Noah was 7. They're not a shocking. Right, my kids hit 15, all of them. I'm not trying to have a baby in diapers. When all the other kids are 15, 16, hell, no, I'm done. So you can do abstinence for a time and then slow down production, but how about at a certain time, understanding that production got to shut down anyway, right? After a while, like you got to shut down production, but you got to just take your precautions. Yeah, so get your local Walmart, get your local Kroger, and stock up.
Marcy had.
Oh yeah,
Well, I actually got my tubes tied.
right?
But of course, before the truth. But,
Right.
I got them tied too because I've had multiple surgeries.
Okay.
I was in a car accident and they had to go in and my bladder erupted.
Right.
So they've done so many surgeries on me. So like I remember the doctor saying, you know, you've had so many surgeries done. It's
Like if you got
I'm
pregnant.
just thinking like because they're in my head and it's like oh, so I was scared and obviously I did it
Yeah.
because I didn't you know, just thinking like okay, I didn't want it.
Did they say to do it because if you got pregnant it would be a bad pregnancy down the line because of the surgeries?
Yeah, but well, let me say because all my children were cesareans. All my children are C-sections.
So if you so
yeah.
even in the case of that,
Yeah. I
there's
was just-
different. But see, it's a broad thing. There's different variables that do go into play. Like I said, I wouldn't advise. You know, a woman that had 1 or 2 kids and everything was good. Oh, go tie your tubes. A man that had 1 kid. Oh, go get a vasectomy. I wouldn't advise that. But now you're adding in variables and health concerns. Like they told my rib that she like getting pregnant should not be an option anymore for her. She's had 4 C-sections. That many. Well, she actually had 5 C-sections. Because remember, they did it. They had to go back in 2 weeks and redo it. So they're saying, well, the older you get, and you're having these because don't get it twisted. That's major surgery. It's not minor. Like she had a C. Like sis, she had a C-section gone, and she's walking around the next day. Hell no, that is major surgery of minimal 6 weeks of recovery. You're ripping through muscle. and fat. I made a mistake when they were doing it, and I looked back, and I was like, whoa, because I seen intestines. Yes, I seen intestines. I seen that wall of fat. It's white, bloody. I almost lost my breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I don't like blood and surgery. I just happened to I glanced back like, and they were like, no, don't look. And I was like, why'd y'all bring me over here, damn it? Jeez, right? It was bad. I didn't realize how major it was until I looked. She was just open, stomach, guts, intestines, blood, fat, muscle.
Wow.
Yes, they had that thing folded back like up, the skin. Yeah, I almost lost it in there. They're like, here, hold the baby, trying to distract me, and I'm like, no, y'all hold the baby because I'm about to pass out. Right? I don't like that. I don't like surgeries. I used to try to watch surgery on TV, and I would just, I get nauseous.
It's not even that. It's the woman that you love too.
That too. You're looking at all that, and you're like, damn, this is my fault. Damn, right? The point is, her doctor told her, like, look, she can't keep having these C-sections. So, obviously, she can't keep having babies. Right? But I'm still a man. Right? I'm still young and vibrant. So what are we gonna do? Well, I can't put her health at risk, but at the same time, I'm still a man. So we gotta figure it out. We gotta figure out the best alternative to not jeopardize health and things like that, you know? So some people's cases, they gotta go get the tube side, because if they do get pregnant, it could be their life. Right? Most High didn't. Oh, listen, these things were not created for us to be like perplexed in them. Like, so I got a husband, but I can't please him, so he's gonna be frustrated and have to go get a whole other rib, and I'm gonna be left there. And like the Most High didn't set it up for us to be like that. Right? It's about finding the solution to these problems. And trying to make sure that everybody is appeased on some level. Yeah, so an old friend of mine's dad is like 80. That's you do. Right, so you know, that's something that you and your husband just gotta explore. If your husband wants you to do that, that's something that y'all gotta really sit down and talk about and counsel about. That would be my suggestion. Counsel about something like that. You know, really, really talk about something like that on a different level. I just want you to do it. Go do it, because I just want to be able to have my fun, and no repercussions come from that. Got it? Con. Y'all talking about some different things today. What's up with y'all?
I was thinking about, like, I agree with not getting your tubes tied and vasectomy. I did. I got my tubes tied back, years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And my regret was because my children's father, died, and so I remarried later, but I couldn't give my husband a baby,
Mm-hmm.
And that was always, and I felt like that was detrimental to our relationship. Yeah. So I was like, I would never tell anyone to get your tubes tied.
That happened to my dad. He went and did the vasectomy. He met a woman, and she was dope. Like, the whole family loved her. What did she want to have? She wanted babies. I'm talking about when you say a person's a perfect match for a person, she was the match for my dad. She was like the female him. It was crazy. She was loud as hell, just like him. When they pulled up, you knew they was there. They was just both loud. It was crazy, man. But they had fun. They like to do the same things. It was weird. But now it came down to this issue of, I want to have children. And he's like, I can't. What happened? Like you said, it put a strain on the relationship. And they didn't let it get to this point where, like, I'm going to struggle to be with you even though I know you can't give me what I want. They just broke it off, man. After a few years, they broke it off. She went, and what did she do? She got with another man, and now I think she got like 3 kids. She got babies. She got what she wanted. She got her babies. So, yeah, and she was a good woman. She was a good, real nice woman, man. I loved her. She was real nice. She was good for him, but he couldn't. I mean, I think that if he didn't do that decision way back in the day, they'd still be together. That's what I think, and he'd be living a different life. You know what I mean? So those things we do in that past, that's why I wouldn't recommend that off the bat, because, bro, you live to a certain age, and you now all of a sudden it hits you, man, I want to have kids again, or this woman comes into my life and rejuvenizes this thought in me, and I can't do that. Yeah, you're not gonna have that relationship too long, you know, or you get with another man, or something happens and this new man wants to have kids and you can't provide that. I mean, that's what a man is gonna want from a woman. He's gonna want children, right? He's gonna want children. He's gonna want to grow a seed. So you got to be careful. Remember, Esau comes up with these things to destroy us, like it says in Psalms, right? They push women that are single, that have a certain amount of kids, to get their tube side, because they're looking at them like a liability. They're looking at them like a castaway. They always go to the young, confused girls that are by themselves and do what? Listen, your only options is abortion, tying your tubes, or giving your kid away. You can't raise this kid. You got too many. How many kids you got? 3. Well, you know, have you ever thought about it? Have you ever looked into tying your tubes or alternative forms of birth control? That's how they hit them. They don't just say, oh, come tie your tube. Have you ever looked into alternative forms of birth control? Are you on birth control? You said what?
Words smooth as butter.
Yeah, they come with them smooth words to these young, inexperienced women. They push to the men. Be a philanderer. Run the streets, but don't leave. If you run the streets and you leave one of these tokens of your love, a love trophy, guess what's going to happen? She could file birth control. She could file child support. And most men are like, I just want to have fun. I want to hit and run, right? They don't want to deal with the birth control, the child support. So what are they doing? They're opting to get the snippy snip, right? I don't want to pay for condoms. I don't want to wear those. You don't feel anything. That's always it. You can't feel nothing, right? That's always the excuse. So let me just go do the most major thing. But then years down the line, when you do want to satisfy that parental, maternal, paternal urge, and you can't do it, man, a lot of decisions that people make, they regret on that end. So if it's health reasons involved, that's a different story. That's a different story. You know what I mean? That's a different story, and everybody's story is a little different. But again, if you're doing that just to go be, just have fun with no type of responsibility, you got to reevaluate. Right. An old friend of mine's dad is like 80. Well, I'm not trying to be. I don't want to be the 80-year-old dude with. Well, if it's an old friend of yours, dad, you're in your 40s. That's not bad. He was 40, right? But you don't want to be 80 dropping off a newborn, do you? 80? Ooh, my grandpa was doing that. He was he got his last kid when he was maybe like 70. My grandpa was out in the streets. He died at 103. So, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he was like in his 70s when he had his last kid. Yeah, bro. I don't want to. I mean, come on, man. 70? I can't even imagine life at 70. I just can't. What am I going to be doing at 70?
That's true.
And I definitely don't want to be doing what I'm doing now at 70, changing diapers and making bottles at 2 a.m. That's just not it. In the state I live in, to get your tubes tied, you have to be a certain age, have 3 or more children of the same sex. If you under the age of 25, you have to still have 3 or more. Yeah, certain places is different. I know they have an age, like if you have a certain amount of kids at a certain age. But even then, that don't even make sense. You're supposed to have your children at a young age, so the viability is better. You ain't supposed to wait 40s, 50s to have children. Just like the women, it's called geriatric pregnancy. You don't do that, right? The common thought is you have them young. That way you have a higher chance of the womb and the kids being healthy. And the older you get, the it's harder on the body, it's harder on that woman. Before the doctors will agree to tie your tubes. But if you're 80, you get plenty of wisdom for your, oh my God. Bro, I ain't messing with you. Come on. Put it like this. I know when Manasha is 18, I'll be 60. Right? Yeah, because when Noah is 18, I'll be 50. Manasha is 18, I'll be 60. Bro, I'm not trying to run around after no kid at 70 and 80. Like, bro, these knees is only gonna last so long. This back, you know what I'm saying? This only gonna be so long. Right? And my rib ain't giving birth at 80. I'm sorry, this ain't happening. So I'm gonna be 80 years old with some young 20-year-old. How that gonna look? You said what?
Hugh Hefner.
Ah, this guy's terrible. Wow, that's my point. It ain't gonna look too wild. They're gonna be looking at me like, man, this guy's nuts, right? You coming up here? Oh, you want to get a piece of this? You're yeah. Oh God. You weren't getting your vasectomy, were you? Anyway, let's read on. Oh man, where we at?
Leviticus chapter 15, verse 30.
Hey, these are good topics. We don't really talk about these things. They got to be talked about, right? I mean, people are doing them, and I know y'all be wondering, like, wait a minute, what do I do in this situation? Listen. Yeah. God. You just never know, man, what situations you'll be in life, and some of the things you're doing now, you're like, I never thought I'd have to do this ever again. Right? Yeah, bro. So, yeah. Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 15, verse 30, burnt offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her before the Lord for the issue of her uncleanness. Verse 31, thus shall ye separate the children of Israel from their uncleanness, that they die not in their uncleanness, when they defile my tabernacle that is among them. This is the law of him that has an issue, and of him whose seed goes from him.
Right, remember, the priest couldn't go into the tabernacle, the holies of holies, unclean thoughts. They dropped dead. So imagine what was going on with us. We couldn't be just filthy around the Most High in his presence. Right? He couldn't just be this filthy bodily and in the mind. Like, he didn't want to deal with that. He said it. So they died not in their uncleanness. Go ahead.
And is defiled therewith. Verse 33. And of her that is sick of her flowers, and of him that has an issue, of the man, and of the woman, and of him that lies with her, that is unclean.
From there, we're going to go to Malachi, chapter 3, verse 4.
You're unclean, brother. Where we going to Malachi what?
Malachi chapter 3, verse 4.
Right, so any questions on Leviticus? Clean or unclean, issues of blood, menstrual, seed of copulation, any of that?
Okay.
What's that?
So on verse 28, 16 and 28,
Okay.
does this mean like once the woman is done with her cycle, you wait another 7 days?
16 and 28?
Yes, sir.
Uh,
Or what is that verse mean?
wait, 16 and 28?
I mean, I'm sorry, 15 and 28.
15 and 28. 15. Oh, I'm in Exodus. Oh, Leviticus, right? Leviticus 15. Read that.
But Leviticus chapter 15, verse 28. But if she be cleansed of her issue, then she shall number to herself 7 days, and after that she shall be clean.
Right. But if she be cleansed. So remember, it starts in verse 25. And if a woman have an issue of her blood many days out of the time of her separation, the time of separation is 7 days. So, I think I said it earlier. So if a woman goes 8 days, let's say she gets her 7th day and she's still menstruating, then it goes on to the 8th day. Then yes, you would add. You basically just do 7 days. So it'd be a 7 day, then a 14 day, then a 21 day. So it's 7 days each time. So if she goes past 7, then you got to wait another 7 days to see if that clears up. Then you got to, if it goes another 7 and it's not done, then you got to wait another 7 days. So it's 7-day increments, a complete number of time. So that woman that went 12 years, what was she doing every 7 days? She was checking to see, right? Or the doctor or whatever, and then it was like, nope, wait another 7. It just kept going 7 by 7 by 7 by 7. Yeah. Same thing with the lepers, 7 days. Oh, it's still going. Wait, let's wait another 7 days. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What else on that? Doing that. Bro, I'm capping. At 80, I'm gonna be running. Y'all tripping. I'm just playing ball. I'm gonna be doing all that. I ain't letting this body stop me. This whack flesh. Bro, I'm gonna be out here in the streets. I'm gonna be out there in them streets. Doing all that at 80. Watch. If I'm still here on this earth, I'm not letting my little whack body weigh me down. I'll get in that gym every day just to tone up. Be like Jack LaLanne. I always think about that. Like at 80, does your body have to be broken down? No, it's what you do now. You go to the gym and you work your body, and you do certain things. Bro, when you hit 80, you can still be viable. You can still be. You won't be as vibrant as 40. I'm not as vibrant as 20. I'm 20 in the mind. The body, I know, I'm like 30 in the body, even though my age is 40. Right? This is how I feel. I feel 30. Right? But I'm thinking like I'm 20. Right? When I hit 80, bro, I don't want to feel 80. I don't even know how that feels. Is there a feeling?
I have no idea.
Well, when you look at most 80-year-olds, they give you the feeling like when you hit 80, you ain't gonna be able to walk.
Well, you guys watch some of them videos with them elder that are people that are 75, 80, and they're exercising in the gyms, running around.
That's what I'm saying.
You can do it.
Why can't I be one of them guys?
Yeah,
why I gotta have a go-kart?
Yeah.
Gamaria, why I gotta have a go-kart? Why I can't run, brother? You know what I'm saying? Why can't I have an Edomite carry me? Why can't I have Edomite legs? Right? My plan is to age gracefully. That's my plan. To not have my kids taking care of me.
Right.
That's what I don't want that for my kids, to have to take care of me in that way. I just don't. I want to be like Moses, man. Just go out full strength. Full eyesight, all my teeth, being able to smell, taste. Is it wrong?
No.
Is it feasible?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I already lost my hair. I don't want to lose everything else. Just saying. That's just where I be at. But it's what you do now that's gonna help tomorrow.
It's true.
So yeah. Let's go to Malachi. Go-kart.
Malachi chapter 3 and verse 4. Then shall the offering of Judah and Jerusalem be pleasant unto the Lord, as in the days of old, and as in former years.
Mm-hmm.
And I will come near to you to judgment, and I will be a swift witness against the sorcerer, and against the adulterers, and against false swearers, and against those that oppress the hireling in his wages.
See, the offering was acceptable in the days of old because we were actually sincere in it. We actually gave a level of care when we brought our offering. Now you just offer any old thing.
Yeah.
Right? You actually took care in what you offered. You actually understood why you did it and why it was necessary. Now we don't even care. That's why he said, your feast days, I don't smell. Your music, I don't listen to. Your offerings, I reject. Right? Because we want to give what we want to give. But now he said, I'm gonna take you back like in the days of old. Those first times, that first love, that honeymoon. stage. Go ahead.
The widow and the fatherless, and that turn aside the stranger from his right.
Right, this is before you got into sorcery. This is before you got into adultery and false swearing and oppressing. Before you start letting these evils overtake. This is when I was messing with y'all. This is when I was accepting you. So we got to get back to that. You got to get rid of these things, and then I'll accept you again. Go ahead.
And fear not me, says the Lord of hosts. For I am the Lord.
Right.
I change not.
Right.
Therefore ye sons of Jacob are not consumed.
Yeah, don't get it twisted, man. Even though it looks like the Most High ain't dealing with us, He's dealing with us. He said we're not consumed. The sons of Jacob are not consumed by the filth of this world. You see that? So He's going to fulfill His promises. Go ahead.
Even from the days of your father, ye are gone away from my ordinance.
Right.
And had not kept them. Return unto me, and I will return unto you.
Even from the days of your forefathers, y'all niggas been wicked as hell. And I still haven't consumed you. Or let the world overtake you to total destruction and decimation. Go ahead.
Says the Lord of hosts. But ye said, wherein shall we return? When a man robbed God, yet ye have robbed me. But ye say, wherein have we robbed thee? In tithes and offerings.
Right? In tithes and offerings, you robbed the Most High. In alms and in giving and in sacrifice, we've robbed the Most High of His just due, of His credit, of His glory. Read. And in turn, you basically left yourself desolate. Because we went over that. All the offerings and all that giving, that was stored up for when you need it. The Most High don't need bulls and rams and your offering. He don't need it. He don't need your 10%. He don't need that. He needs your obedience. Go ahead.
Ye are cursed with a curse, for ye have robbed me, even this whole nation. Bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, and there may be meat in my house. And prove me now herewith, says the Lord of hosts, if I would not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing.
So He said, bring meat into my storehouse. Bring your little raggedy lamb. Bring your little garbage crops. And I'm going to open up the blessings of heaven. That sounds like a great trade-off to me. That sounds like a real good trade. Like I get to bring this little raggedy lamb. Even though it's the best of my flock, I get to bring that, and you're going to give me something better? Huh. Damn. Well, that sounds like a no-brainer, don't it? Yeah, it's a no-brainer to the faithful. But if you're faithless, you like, well, let me see these treasures before I, you know what I'm saying? Let me see what you're working with, Lord. No, but they're in heaven, so you can't see them yet. Well, you know, because the way I work and the way my thing is set up, that, you know, my mama told me I just can't, you know what I mean? Be cautious. Don't let nobody take advantage of you. Wait, what? Hold on, nah, this is the Lord we talking about. He wants your raggedy lamb that could barely see and stand. And then you give him that, and he'll give you a lamb that's glorious. You can actually get wool off of it. You can share it and make clothing. Your lamb got damn matted fur with no meat. It's bony.
It's messed up.
It's bony as hell. It looks emaciated. And you're like, but I can't give this up. But look, I got this other fat ram. Not even a lamb. I got a fatted ram. 2 of them. Male and female. Ready to reproduce for you. But you don't want to give up the little ring straight, scrawny. All he got is, you see his spine curving through his skin. No fur, just matted down lamb. What the hell? Because you think that's the best you can do.
Wow.
That's how we look at things. Our best is nothing compared to what the Most High got for us. Or I should say the best that we can give is nothing compared to what He gives. And it's a lack of faith because your best is nothing compared to what the Most High can do for you. But you'll hold on to that nothing like it's something. You'll hold on to that one little lamb until it dries up and dies, and you can't get nothing. You cut him open, you dress him, you do it, and you cook him, and he ain't worth an ounce of weight at all. No meat on them bones. You're like, damn, where all the meat at? Just bones. Well, that's what you thought you had. That's what you thought was good. That's what you thought was going to bless you because you held on to it because it was yours. Most High said, put that in my storehouse and watch me flip that boy for you. Watch me double and triple that for you. Right? Ain't this where they go? Ain't this where they go in church?
Yes.
Oh, I'm like, damn, wait a minute. Sound like a preacher up in here. Wait, I felt like Joel Osteen for a second. Like, wait a minute. Right? Feel like T.D. Jakes. I had to watch myself like, hold up, this is about to turn into something different. Right?
Oh my goodness.
I'm like, wait a minute, don't they go here? Go here,
Sound
don't
like
they?
something they'll go to.
They go here. They go to here and Haggai, right? About your sealed houses.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
But I felt like they go here.
They do.
They definitely go here.
Yes, they do.
They definitely go here. I'm like, wait a minute, this is their tight scripture. This is their offering
It's
scripture.
the one they roll on.
This is the one they roll. But see, but think about it. I can see why they roll on it. It's true. The word of the Lord is true. Even though they misuse it, it's still true.
Right.
It's still true. Remember, the scriptures say, as much as what does it say? So in Ecclesiasticus, when you worship the Lord, you can never go far enough.
Yeah.
He'll far exceed even your greatest gift that you can give. He'll far exceed that. But he's telling us right now, if you bring what you have and put it in my storehouse, I'm gonna open up the windows of heaven, the gifts of heaven. Bruh. But you can only really feel that when you're doing it and then it's really working in your life. That's so it. True. It's good words, right? It's dope words. Like, man, I like those words. It's good on paper. But really when you're doing it and then you're like, man, these blessings that the Most High is dropping is different. It's a different type of level. The ability to have the foresight. The ability to see problems and then be able to have a solution. The ability to not allow yourself to succumb to the different issues. I mean, that right there is good enough for me. That's good enough for me to be able to assess, see, and plan and prepare. That right there is good enough for me. Remember, we went through it in class yesterday about the 2 Corinthians 4 about the God of this world blinding the eyes. He said if our gospel is hid, it's hid to them that are blind. Because the Lord of this world, the God of this world, has covered their eyes. Right. It's blessing enough to have your eyes open, man. To be able to see. To be able to, you ever just see demons? You look, you're like, oh wow, that person got straight demon. Like you can see those devils on them. You can feel the demon in the air. Like, oh wow, this is crazy. Those warnings, your spider senses.
Yep.
Where you didn't have them before, and you would just fall into any old trap. You would fall into any old man, any old woman, and you're like, how did I get here? Because your spider senses wasn't up. But now the Most High is like, boom, spider senses, and your stuff is going off every minute. Yep. You're like, oh, yeah, watch for this. Ooh, be careful for this. Oh, I see that. Oh, damn, I seen that coming. Knew that was going to happen. I know who's messing with me today. Yep. Satan, I'm ready. Yep. Where before you just fall to Satan. That's a huge blessing. But how am I giving myself to achieve these things? Right? Go ahead, read on.
That there shall not be room enough to receive it. And I will rebuke the devourer for your sake, and he shall not destroy the fruit of your ground.
You want to go there? Go to, oh, he went, oh, Zion, he's feeling himself right now. Go to Ecclesiastes 35:9. Yeah, you have to go in. Right, go there real quick. Ecclesiastes. Yeah, they all throw scriptures. Okay. 40 and 30, right? Ecclesiastes as well?
35:9.
Yeah, we go there.
Ecclesiastes chapter 35, verse 9.
Right.
And all thy gifts show a cheerful countenance.
Go ahead.
And dedicate thy tithes with gladness.
Yeah, don't be, remember, he said when you give alms, don't give it with damn covetousness. Right? Cats be giving their alms like, man, what they gonna do with this? I gotta put gas. Gas is $4.60 a gallon, and I gotta give alms, and I could have put this in my car. Hell nah, the Bible says when you give, don't be side-eyeing and what I coulda, shoulda did. You know what you're doing. Give it with cheerfulness. Give it with gladness. Whatsoever you do, do it heartily unto the Most High, and not unto men. Go ahead.
Give unto the Most High, according as he hath enriched thee.
Right.
And as thou hast done.
Why is that important? Because, well, he'll keep enriching you. He'll keep making sure that you have those good blessings. He'll keep making sure that you're taken care of. But as soon as we start getting tight with the blessings and stingy, and, oh, that's mine, then what happens? Well, the Most High makes sure he shuts off he closes those windows. Go ahead.
Give with a cheerful eye.
Do what?
Give with a cheerful eye.
Yeah, give with a cheerful eye. Go ahead.
For the Lord
so
recompenses.
I'm going to read this real quick. Tobit 4:7. Give alms of thy substance, and when thou givest alms, let not thine eye be envious, neither turn away thy face from any poor. And the face of the Most High shall not be turned away from me. Right. Too much of us give with an envious eye. What they gonna do with that? I hope that they better put it to what they say they're gonna put it towards. I could have used that for my. Come on, man. We operate like that. That's why you don't get nothing from what you give, because you gave it grudgingly. Go ahead.
For the Lord recompenseth, and will give thee 7 times as much.
He will do what?
Give thee 7 times as much.
Yeah, man. He'll give you 7 times.
Wow.
He'll bless you 7-fold, complete. Right? You might not give a brother a ride and get 7 cars because you gave somebody a ride. Right? Like, wait, where's my 7 cars at? I gave a brother a ride. Let somebody use my vehicle. Where's my 7 cars? Nah. But Most High, make sure you got enough gas. You got gas money in abundance to get around. Make sure you might get that free oil change.
But make sure you protect it while driving.
Make sure you protect it while driving, that you ain't getting in accidents.
That's the more important.
That's most important than anything. Any gas, any tires, bro. Just think about it. The way they do it now, they'll bang you up in a car accident and not have insurance. The brother just went through that. The brother just had to go through that. He just ripped out to an accident, and the dude ain't had no car insurance. We had to run up on this cat. It was bad, bro. It wasn't bad because we didn't run up like try to hurt him. But we had to like, yo, okay, you drinking and driving, what's going on? You know. Yeah. But that's what's going on out there. So even the ability to move around with drunk drivers, niggas high as hell, people not paying attention, people driving it. Some dude almost swerved into me yesterday in a van, and when I looked over, he like this. Oh, yeah. The phone in his hand. I'm like, dude, you almost sideswiped me and you on the phone. That's why I don't like Steelers quarterback Hastings, 24, dead after being struck. Wow. Steelers quarterback just got killed. 24 years old, struck by a vehicle.
First round pick, too.
Wow.
Former first round pick.
That is insanity. But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Not Ben Roethlisberger. Another quarterback.
Dwayne Haskins?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh,
26 years old, killed by a car.
By a dump truck.
Oh, man.
What the? He's a football player. How you get out the way?
Oh, damn.
Dump truck.
I think he was moving on a freeway.
Oh, he got hit by the car in his car.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, bro. The amount of accidents, the amount of accidents that are happening, bro, it's a blessing to get into your car, get somewhere, and get back home safe.
Yes, it is.
You like, bro, I made it, the vehicle made it, everybody's safe. You know what I mean? So, you know, yeah, you give those rides and you give those alms, and the Most High, he'll protect what you've been doing. So why? If you give, let's just use the car thing for an example. And somebody needs a ride, you need a ride, you give them a ride. Why wouldn't the Most High take that car if you're doing something like giving people rides for the good? Mm-hmm. Now he'll take that car if you're riding down the Holstro, trying to pick up and give those chicks a ride, right? He'll smash your car up if you pull up to the weed spot, trying to get high, right? He'll smash your car if you're in places that you don't need to be. He'll take away that means of access. That's all the car is a means of access. Yeah. It ain't the car, because if it was a horse, he'd just kill the horse. If he was riding a donkey, so you do. He'd slice that donkey in half. right? So it's the means of how you're trying to access the different negatives. You see that? So if you're doing good, if you do not good, will the Most High not accept you? Right? Didn't he ask that to Cain?
God.
Right. If you're doing good and you're doing good with the things that he gave you, won't the Most High make sure that those things are going to be functioning?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
He'll make sure they function. He'll make sure that you ain't got to worry about it.
That's true.
Then when he does take it, I look at it like this. He's taking it to give you something better. That's the way I look at things. That's the way I look at things. You know that, okay, everything that the Most High takes is not always a curse. He's taking things away from us because they're not needed anymore.
Oh God.
That's the way I look at certain instances. But you know if you do a negative and the Most High is checking you.
Yeah, he tried to cross my foot, like wrong.
Huh?
He tried to run across the street.
Who?
Oh, damn.
Yeah, that's why I said he was struck by a vehicle.
He was trying to run across the street.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn. That 40 speed wasn't fast enough. Obviously, you got some issues if you try to do that with the traffic. Like, bro, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. It's sad.
Yeah.
But yeah, y'all see. I mean, let's read on. Where we at?
Or Malachi chapter 3, verse 11.
Okay.
Last precept.
Right.
Neither shall your vine cast her fruit.
Right. Neither shall your vine cast her fruit. Meaning, you're going to when a vine casts its fruit, it drops the fruit prematurely before it ripens, before it's good for the picking, or it sits on the vine and just falls off. Nobody there to pick it. So what is he saying? Well, when your grapes appear on the vine, you're gonna be able to go and gather your grapes, gather your melons, gather your tomatoes, gather your oranges, gather your limes. Right? You're gonna be able to harvest and reap what you sow. Go ahead.
Before the time in the field, says the Lord of hosts.
Verse 12.
No, go ahead. You go to 12 and 18. Come.
Verse 12. And all nations shall call you blessed, for ye shall be a delightsome land, saith the Lord of hosts. Your words have been stout against me, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, what have we spoken so much against thee?
Christ ain't black. The apostles ain't black. Mary was a virgin. It's okay to eat pork if you just pray. All those things us speaking against the Lord. The Old Testament ain't needed, right? All the whack church doctrine and all the whack Israelite doctrine, and all the damn Islam that Allah is the king. That's what we've spoken against the Most High. Go ahead.
Ye have said it is vain to serve God.
Right. What profit is it? Right. What profit is it to sit up here on a Saturday and do this? Well, if you're asking that, your mind is wrong. Your spirit is wrong. What profit is it for me to sit here? It's vanity for me to sit here and learn. This nigga's just talking about abortions and menstruation all day. And tampons. What's that got to do with me? Right? That's just useless information. Get to the point. Well, see, that's the problem with our people. You only want to be around when it suits you.
Yeah.
When you can get an immediate profit from it.
That's true.
Some of the things I said here today is going to benefit brothers in the long run, down the line, and sisters down the line in the future. It ain't always just for today. Go ahead.
And what profit is it that we have kept his ordinances?
Yeah, what profit? Look, we the ones that got to be held back from everything. We can't get no pleasures. We was talking about it yesterday. The brother asked a good question. I want to do it. I was thinking about it. I got to do a class on it. Yeah, he said, man, it seems like having a relationship and being in the truth. Having a relationship in the truth is harder than being in the world. And I said, yes and no. Yes, because now you're confined, and the rules in your relationship are way different than in the world. In the world, there is no rules. It's all fair in love and war, right? Ain't that the saying?
Yep.
Where now, wait a minute, dwell with them according to knowledge, wives obey your husbands, you can't do this, you can't do that, this is unlawful, this is lawful. Like, you got all these rules and regulations. But then, those rules and regulations is what makes it easy. So really, it's not hard. It's only hard because correction is grievous to them that forsaketh the way. Right? But the mind here is, what is the profit? We kept all these ordinances. We stopped eating the pork. We stopped eating the shrimp, the crab, and the lobster. Well, the profit is you didn't get all the filthy diseases from those animals. Right? Or we keeping the feast days. Well, what profit is that to do Passover and I can go do Easter. Yep. Well, the profit is you're not serving some whack God that don't exist. Yep. You're not putting demons around your house and yourself and lying to your children. Yep. Right? Well, what profit is it to gather with brothers? Y'all gather a lot. Well, the profit is now if I need to rely on a man or a brother or sister in the congregation, we've developed enough chemistry and enough a relationship and brotherhood and sisterhood that I don't feel embarrassed to ask, and they're not going to be in a mind of not wanting to give. Right? We develop, know those that labor amongst you. Well, what we could ask, what's the profit of anything that we do? But there is a profit in all the things that we do. It's just not all a tangible, monetary. Like we ask these questions because it ain't no damn money involved. It ain't something carnal involved. That's why we ask questions like that. Like, what's the profit? Maybe your health. Your health is the profit. Like your sanity is the profit. Your joy, your peace. That's the profit of following the ordinances. You're not in jail. You're not on a deathbed. Look at all the people that are because they didn't want to follow. They loathe the law of the Most High. So they got to pay for it. Go ahead.
And that we have walked mournfully before the Lord of hosts.
Right, and that we walking mournfully, man. We always watching. We always having to, mournfully, not in mourning like a death, but just in that mourning of it's not always just joy. Yeah. Right? You're in mourning. You're always watching. You're always in that godly sorrow mode, that vehement desire. Like we did that. What's the profit? That's what they asked in the sign of Malachi. But ain't that what Negroes ask now? So what's the point? What's the point of Islam? What's the point of this? The point of any type of institution that you associate yourself with is to find a solution to your issues. That's why they got the damn YMCA. That's why they created community centers, right? To combat children not having a place to go and channel their energy into sports and reading and all those different things. It's solutions for things that come up. The Most High gave us all the solutions. Go ahead.
And now we call the proud happy. Yea, they that work wickedness are set up.
Right, because we're looking at the prosperity of the wicked. Psalm 73, right? We're looking at them like, see, they happy. They get to be wicked. They get to eat all the pork, drive all the nice cars, get all the fly women, get all the bank accounts. And look, they just get to shop on the Saturdays. They get to do this. They get to do that. And I just got to be sitting in class. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. I got to go to the mall and work and watch people shop. Right? And I just go home and go to bed. Woe is me. Right? Then I got to go to sewing. If I'm a brother, I got to go to drilling. Or I got to work on the trucks every 2 days. Woe is me. Right? And you looking at everybody else around you, you pulling up, dropping off a washing machine, $1,000 washing machine, to $1 million home with a swimming pool, basketball court, this, that, and the third, and you like, God, man, I'm going to go home to my 2-room shack. Woe is me. Woe is me, but what did you have to do to get your 2-room shack? And what did they have to do to get the mansion? What part of their soul did they have to cut off to get something that you can get in the future? You see that? What part of it, what did they have to give up? What shall a man give in exchange for his soul? Yep. What did they give, and how happy are they really? What are they trying to cover up with the abundance? You ever ask yourself that? Mm-hmm. When they go and they blow money in the strip club. Like there's this one cat that works in the mall he used to work in the mall with us, and it's funny. He ended up working, he works at the gas station down the street from my house. Holding it down, right? Every time I go in the gas station, what's he trying to show me? videos of him tossing money in the club. I'm like, dude, you show me that one. I'm here to get gas, a Guinness, and go home. Leave me alone, right? He always wants to show me like him tossing ones in the club. I'm like, bro, that's a bunch of ones. He's like, look at the floor, look at the floor. And I look, I'm like, oh, okay, so you pulled out $30 and you tossed it. Cool. You know what I'm saying? You pulled out $30 each and y'all, and it was 10 of y'all and y'all tossed it, right? But I'm like, what is this? Like, man, what is this dude trying to cover up? What is he? What's really going on with him? The pain in his heart. What is he trying to supplement? The tossing money and trying to, like, he's a little Indian kid trying to act black. He's trying to supplement in his spirit what's not there, right? Where he has to always put himself out as the cool guy. That I'm cool. I'm making money. I'm tossing money in the club. I'm at the hookah lounge. I'm over here. I'm over here. Where I just know him as a drunken Indian kid. That's for high. I just know a drunk Indian dude with dirty white shoes. That's all I know. It's like he could have took that $30 and bought some clean shoes, right? I'm like, what are you trying to cover up? Why are you trying to present yourself as something that you're not? But that's what the rich do. They present themselves in a way to cover up what's really going on. And what do you see? Outward appearance. Yep. But dive deep into the rich and famous. That's why they always got scandal going on. That's why they always got some backdoor dealings going on, right? Because they try to cover that up with the cars, the money. Look at Jeffrey Epstein. This dude was a bazillionaire. What was he doing? Raping little girls. Raping little girls, man. That's what he was doing. He had mansions, he had cars, he had celebrities, he had islands. He lived on Celebrity Island. He had them walking over the bridge to go to his house. If you know where Celebrity Island is, it's right there in Florida. And you can see the island from the regular little street, and there's a bridge to get over there. He had them walk, or send them a car or a taxi. And they get there and he's sleeping with these young ass girls. And nobody would think anything. Why? Because he got money. Because he looked like he's established. But what was going on in his spirit? Where he supposedly, now he killed himself. What was he dealing with? What are the elite? They're dealing with high level demons. Yep. How do I keep my money? Right? I got it all. How do I keep it? Who's trying to take it? Who's trying to sue me? Think about it. People are always trying to catch a case on celebrities, famous people. Let me go let them punch me in the face so I can get a car, a house, a lawsuit. If you're a man and you're a celebrity, what do you always got to watch for? The little dusty tricks trying to get next to you to get pregnant to have a baby, right? Because that's their meal ticket. That's their lotto ticket. You're somebody's lotto ticket. You see that? Those that, what does it say? Those that strive to be rich. It's in Timothy. Those that strive to be rich, it says they're filled with hurtful lusts. We gotta find it where it's Timothy's. It says those that strive to be rich. Those that strive to be rich in this world. The love of money. Let me find it. Let's find it real quick. Is it like they pierce themselves through? With many hurtful lusts. What is it? 2 Timothy? 1 Timothy 6. Yeah, here it is. But they that will be rich fall into temptation and snares, and into many foolish and hurtful lusts, which drown men in destruction and perdition. So you're looking at the cats that got it in abundance, like, oh, they now. What did it say about the heart? The proud is now what? Where you at? You at Malachi what?
Oh, Malachi chapter 3, verse 15.
And now we call the proud happy. How? The prideful ain't, the proud ain't happy. The ones that got the abundance ain't happy. Because the unhappiness is that, man, this can be gone in an instant. This can be gone in a second. Somebody's coming for this. Scrooge McDuck? Remember Scrooge McDuck?
Yep.
What's his name? Scrooge McDuck?
Yeah.
Scrooge McDuck. The nigga was always unhappy. And he had all the money in the world. He used to swim through his money and spit it out like water. Remember, he would backstroke on the money? Right? But he was a Scrooge.
Yep.
When they call you a Scrooge, that means that you're unhappy and angry. That's what that's synonymous with.
Like Mr. Krabs?
Right, Mr. Krabs, right? He had all the money and always wanted to try to get a better Krabby Patty. He had all the money, was cheap as hell, but he was just crabby. You see that?
Go ahead.
Because that abundance don't mean that it's going to make you happy. It says money is the answer to all problems, right? All financial problems, yes, but then there's more problems that come along. Right? So read on. Go ahead.
They that tempt the Most High are even delivered.
Where you at?
Let's start from 15 from top.
Go ahead.
Okay, Malachi chapter 3, verse 15. And now we call the proud happy.
Right.
Yea, they that work wickedness are set up.
Right.
Yea.
And they are. They are. It says the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. So the Rothschilds and the Epsteins and the Obamas and the damn Bidens and all that stuff, the Pelosi's of this world, the Trumps, the Smiths, right, of this world, yes, they are set up. That's why you can smack a man on national TV and not get no repercussion. Chris Rock won't even talk about what happened. That's some power, man. He must have slapped the damn thought out of that man's face. The thought out of his brain. You ain't even gonna talk about this. He said, keep my wife's name out your mouth. He kept the whole incident out of his mouth. But think about that. You smack a man on national TV and nobody bats a damn eye. How set up are you? Oh, we're gonna ban you for 10 years. Oh, Will Smith don't give a damn about voting on no academy. And I'm sure he don't give a damn about going there. He could still get an award. He could win an award next year. They can't stop him. They can't stop him. How you smack a man on national TV and then give a speech and everybody stand and give you a standing ovation 40 minutes later?
That's true.
That's so.
Bruh. Come on now. You gotta see what's going on here. They're showing you who's the set up ones. Who's the elite. And we sit back like, oh, let's praise Will Smith and let's like his workout and all this and his life. Who gives a damn?
That's right.
His life is trash. When you look at it, look at his children. Never call a man blessed before his time. Look at his kids.
That's right.
His damn son is a girl, and his girl is a boy girl.
Yep.
And his wife, who the hell knows what's going on with Jada?
Thank you.
She is just gone.
Yep.
She is like the puppet master. But she ain't no different than Dwayne Wade's wife. Right?
No.
They run the family. They both the same. Look at their families, man. They got transgender children.
Yep.
They should be brought up on charges. They got children cutting off penises to be women.
Yep.
And this is the women that run the house. The matriarchs.
Yep.
Strong, independent black women. That's what a strong, independent black woman looks like. But they're the ones that set up, man. And we sitting there like indulging in their life. Like, who gives a damn? Yes, I like Will Smith movies. I watch his shows. I like Independence Day. I like Bad Boys 2. One of my favorites. You know what I'm saying? I like to be entertained, but that's as far as it goes. Will Smith can't give me no damn counsel. Jada can't give my rib counsel. Oh, babe, you going through something? Go watch The Red Table. Because Jada and her mama Jaden and their mama is giving advice, sound wisdom. Hell no. Hell no. Look at them. For them to even have the audacity to sit up and air out all their business to the world, you can tell they got a damn issue.
That's true.
You can tell they got issues, man. What are they trying to get at? And we look at them like, man, they look so happy. Will Smith family, oh my God, he pulled them all together. Look at their Thanksgiving photo. Look at their, Merry Christmas from the Smiths.
That's true.
You know, they do the postcard pictures, Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter, right? And they, like, even when he smacked Chris Rock after the Grammy, bam, they all taking photos. You would never tell anything happened. Yeah. He's posted up with the Grammy, right? He got Jada and the kids, and they just, right? And I'm like, damn, he just smacked the whole man. He just smacked the whole person for no reason. And you niggas is acting like ain't nothing happened.
Oh, back of the head?
A lot of cats ain't would have came up about that tuxedo. Somebody was supposed to go to jail that night.
All right.
Chris Rock did the right thing. Man. He showed that even though you could be an entertainer in this world and be part of that whole society, you can have a little ounce of integrity. But at the same time, the power that Will Smith got to smack a man and turn his back.
Yep.
You ain't smacking me and turning your back.
Like I said, the back of that head.
Hell no.
Oh man.
You can't just smack a man and turn your back on that man.
Ooh.
But that's how you know where you're at on that ladder of being elite. That's how you know where you're at, when you can just pimp slap a grown ass man and fix your tux and walk off like you didn't even do nothing.
That's true.
Did you see the smirk on his face?
Yes, I did.
Crazy. Jada's, they got the video of Jada after he smacked him. She laughed.
She was laughing.
She was laughing. I'm like, she looks like a boss sending her henchmen to go do dirty work, and she watched it. Mission complete. We gotta look at these things in a different light.
Damn.
Right? It says, and now we call the proud happy. They ain't happy, man. They ain't happy. If anything, they're worse off than you on the happy scale. They just got little toys and trinkets to make themselves forget the sadness. Right? Yea, and that work wickedness are set up, because they are. They are set up to bamboozle you into thinking that this is the way to make it. They that tempt the Most High are even delivered. Well, look at it. Look at it. They're going to be delivered in their time. Look at what's going on with all of them. They all being brought up on charges. They all got their name synonymous with some type of child rape, porn, Pizzagate crap, right? Just look at it. Look at it. Look at your local celebrity. Look at your. I'm not saying every person that got money is just off and wicked. I'm not saying that, right? Because I don't want y'all to think like every person that got a little bit of something, they had to do something wicked to get it. No, but you know the ones, because they can't hide the wickedness.
Yeah.
They can't hide the filth, the temptation that when they tempt the Most High, they can't hide it. The things they do to attain, right? Go ahead, 16.
Verse 16. Then they that fear the Lord spake often one to another.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lord hearkened and heard it.
Yeah, the ones that feared the Lord, they wasn't sitting there talking about, well, what's the point of us serving God? They weren't looking at the wickedness being propped up in their face. They went and spoke to each other, right? It's easy for us to sit around and be like, man, let's just critique everything. Or we can just go serve the Lord. Right? When is the wicked going to be punished? Well, the scriptures say, don't worry about when the wicked is going to be punished. Worry about your salvation. Worry about being delivered. They that feared the Lord didn't sit back like, man, this is off. Man, you know what? I'm going to just be like them. No, they feared the Lord and they communicated daily. How do we not fall into the temptations of the wicked? How do we not fall like they did? How do we not give up our spirit? How do we keep serving the Lord? Go ahead.
And a book of remembrance was written before him,
right,
for them that feared the Lord, and that thought upon his name.
You see that? A book of remembrance. The righteous, these righteous men, these scribes, they wrote a book before the eyes of the Lord. That's what we read now. Go ahead.
And they shall be mine, saith the Lord of hosts.
Right.
In that day, when I make up my jewels, and I will spare them.
Right.
As a man spareth his own son that serveth him.
Yeah, so no matter what mistakes we've made, the ones that are doing 16, gathering, talking, figuring out how to move forward, Most High say you're going to have mercy on them. They're going to be his. They're going to be the precious jewels. We're not going to be the cubic zirconians that you just, oh, those are fake. If I lose one, I just go buy. Nah, these are the diamonds, baby. This that platinum, that platinum. This that real gold. Not that middle of the mall stuff. This that gold of Euphaz gold. Go ahead.
Then shall ye return and discern between the righteous and the wicked.
Right.
Between him that serveth the Most High and him that serveth him not.
Right. Go to Mark 1. Mark 1 and 35. Yeah, buddy. So what they do? They suspended Will Smith from the academy for 10 years,
Like he killed.
and then he resigned anyway. He got to keep his little trophy. So they gave him a mini Jada. They gave him a mini Jada to appease him. You know, you get it. The Oscar trophy looks like Jada's. Oh man. Where we at, Mark?
Mark chapter 1, verse 35.
Yeah.
And in the morning, rising up a great while before day, he went out and departed into a solitary place, and there prayed. And Simon and they that were with him followed after him. And when they had found him, they said unto him, All men seek for thee. And he said unto them, Let us go into the next towns, that I may preach there also. For therefore came I forth. And he preached in their synagogues throughout all Galilee, and cast out devils. And there came a leper to him,
right,
beseeching him, and kneeling down to him, saying unto him, Thou wilt, thou canst make me clean. Mm-hmm. Then Yahushai, and Yahushai, moved with compassion, and put forth his hand, and touched him, and saith unto him, I will, be thou clean. And as soon as he had spoken, immediately the leprosy departed from him, and he was cleansed. And he straightly charged him, and forthwith sent him away, and said unto him, See thou say nothing to any man, but go thy way. Show thyself to the priest.
Why? Why did he have to show himself to the priest? What did he have to do?
See if he was he had uncleanness. Or...
Well, he was already unclean because he had the leprosy.
Right.
But what did he have to do?
Oh, okay.
He had to follow the law,
Right, which was?
which was go to the priest, and so they can do the 7 days,
Right.
and then wash up.
You missed something. What else? What do you have to do? What?
You have to sacrifice.
You have to do a sacrifice. We're still sacrificing at this time. So you have to go to the priest and you have to give his sacrifice, his turtle dove, his lamb, his ewe lamb. He had to do all that stuff. His 2 ewe lambs. No, his 2 male lambs and his ewe lamb, his turtle doves. Wave offering, peace offering, trespass offering, sin offering, burnt offering. He had to go do all that.
Oh, yeah.
See that? So even in this time, Yahushai, walking, they were still doing sacrifice.
Yeah, because when you read the rest of it, it's telling that.
Right, go ahead, let's read it.
And offer for thy cleansing those things which Moses commanded.
Right, so if Yahushua came to do away with the law, why would he tell this man to go do what Moses said? Another scripture, you can put it right with Matthew 5:17.
Yeah,
right with Matthew 5:17. Most High, Yahushua was telling men to do the law. Mm-hmm. Right? He was telling men to keep the law of Moses.
For a testimony unto them.
Right. For a testimony unto them. Go ahead.
But he went out and began to publish it much, and to blaze abroad the matter, insomuch that Yahushua could no more openly enter into the city.
Yeah, he made Yahushua a celebrity, bro. Remember, he tried to make himself a no reputation, so he told him. Right? Charged him forthwith and sent him. See that you say nothing to any man. Don't tell nobody what I did. Just go to the priest and you'll be good. Obviously, he didn't listen. Hard-headed Israel. Right? So what did he do? He made it hard for everybody else to get the same thing that he got.
Oh, he did.
God.
But was without in desert places, and they came to him from every quarter.
Right.
From there we can go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4.
You got to think about this. it doesn't say this, but think about it. The scriptures say that Yahweh Shai was tempted in every manner that we were tempted in. So temptation came on all levels. Imagine if you could heal a man by touching him. And somebody knew, what would they want to do? No. What? Yeah, but no, but what?
Run a business.
Thank you. They want to try to monetize that. How can we get people to pay for this? You about to be a star. We about to blow up. That would be the next best thing. Next to sliced bread. He can heal a man of leprosy. He can heal a woman of blood issues. Look, we don't need no more doctors. You gonna be the plug, right? You think men weren't coming? Like, remember, was it Simon that tried to buy the Spirit from the apostles? If you got a man trying to buy the Holy Spirit from the apostles, you don't think that people were trying to buy the power to heal people? The power to be able to recognize demons and devils, to talk to devils. Who art thou? Legion, for we are many. Come about that, man, I rebuke you, Satan. You think people weren't trying to buy that and try to monetize that? Hell yeah, because if it was happening in this day and age, somebody would be like, man, listen, we got to take you on tour. We got to go state to state and make money. Tempted in all manner that we would be tempted in. Again, it doesn't say that explicitly, but I can see why Yahweh Shai was like, man, don't tell nobody. Keep it on the low, because those temptations would have to come to him now. You see that? And it just add more confusion to think about it. You got a multitude of sick people trying to get healed, and you got one knucklehead talking about, man, forget about them, let's go make money. Or, you know what? Go ahead and heal them, but you should be charging them. You should be charging for this. And you get $500, 500 shekels a person. Yep. You have people probably trying to offer money. Man, take this. No. Or buy you some oils, right? They're trying to buy prayers, trying to buy healing. Bro, where do you think they get it from now? When Benny Hinn swings his jacket around with the whirlwind of healing, and then he hits the whole crowd, and they all fall out. And then they all get when they're healed. Where do you think they get that from, that concept? Because they would have been the same niggas in Christ's time trying to pay for that or buy that.
Man, that's true.
Or trying to monetize that. Right? When the pastor, he walk up and he just, right? Or when you, right? You doing damn convulsions in the chair, and then all of a sudden you was crippled, but now you're not. Right?
Get up, dance.
Yeah, you start dancing. Right? Come on, man. Where do you think they get that from? That mind state was always there. That wasn't something newly invented. Nothing new under the sun.
Right.
So imagine what Yahweh Shai had to go through dealing with damn unsavory people. I would be like, man, don't tell nobody either. I don't feel like dealing with this nonsense. Keep it on the low. You know, just a thought. Right? Where are we going now?
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4, verse 1.
I'll read. It's going to be all one verse. Wisdom of Solomon. Any questions on that before we go to Wisdom of Solomon? Nope. Wisdom of Solomon 4.
Are you serious? This Benny Hinn crap is real?
Oh yeah, Benny Hinn. Bro, look. Smacking him with his, he got the whole crap. He just looked up Benny Hinn, he didn't know it was real. He's like the Indian pastor, Benny Hinn. Yeah. He be doing like Ardukins with his jacket, swishing it around in whirlwinds. Oh yeah. Bruh. He got the whole crowd fainting when he waves his jacket, they all just disappear.
Right.
He looked at it's funny. You never knew it was real? You thought I was making a name up?
If it wasn't for the truth, I ain't gonna lie, I definitely would have been Muslim.
You definitely would have been what?
If it wasn't for the truth, because
you be in this
I
church?
never went to church.
Oh.
So if it wasn't for the truth,
you be in this church?
I would be Muslim.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because I would. This stuff is crazy.
Oh, there it is. Look, he's beating people with his jacket. Get up.
Christianity's a joke, man.
Get him. You think he would have been around in Christ's time?
Yeah, he's swinging a sword.
Talking about, look, we could just wave our garments over them and they all gonna be healed. Just take our girdles and smack them in the face.
Yeah.
But that's why you got, but then look at the level. That's why you got pastors talking about women that have women that can't give birth. They got to drink their semen to give birth, there was one Hamite. He lined up all the women that couldn't get pregnant, and he said that they got to sleep with him, and he'll give them the ability to get pregnant. These are married women.
Yep.
That's why you got these damn Hamites. Fake Christian pastors, they'll line up the congregation and beating them with belts. Mainly the women, spanking them, S&M right there in front of everybody. Come on, man, because that's the level it's gotten to. It goes from one level to they getting healed with the women. Kind of remind me of the episode from Good Times when James Franklin was the pastor and wanted James to go on tour to play like he was crippled. But now it was healed. Yeah. They, a lot of sitcoms made fun of those things, like people going into church all hurting, and then they just they heal. Right. They start dancing. They start crip walking. They start moving around, doing the shuffle.
I busted the past about 20 years.
Doing what?
I'm paying guys to come down like they was hurt.
Like they was hurt.
In wheelchairs.
Yeah.
And
that was a big thing.
Yeah.
Still is.
That was a huge thing where they would wheel up somebody that couldn't walk, that could really walk, but he couldn't, right. And then he would, by the power of God, rah, and punch him in the face, and then they just, oh my gosh, I have feeling in my legs, right. And then get up and walk around, and then what? Right after, they pass a donation bucket around. Right. They pass that donation bucket, and they collect that money, and then come out like this guy was never hurt.
Right.
Yeah, man. But think about that. Think about the powers that Yahweh Shai had and the apostles. You don't think that if a man tried to come and buy the Spirit, he wasn't trying to buy other things? Tempted in all manner. What would you do if you had the power? Now I see why we don't have the power to heal. To touch a man. Thou art healed. Go see the priest.
So true.
Think about it. For Yahweh Shai to say you are healed, go to the priest. He wasn't like, hey, I just healed this guy. Yep. Look at me. The priest ain't necessary. Hey, look, I got you. Look, let's go see the priest. Look, hey, go do that thing with the priest. Keep it on the low and go give your offering. Hey, everybody. Y'all, bruh, they should have just unhealed him. I was like, man, let me get that back. I would be like, bruh, you talk too damn much. Let me get that back, bruh. Right? I was like, come on, bro. You're supposed to keep it on the low and let it. What it was Yahweh Shai wasn't trying to make that reputation like that he was doing these things and bringing that to himself. You know what I'm saying? That glory and that recognition. Right. So he didn't want it. He said he made himself of no reputation, and thought it was wrong to be equal with the Most High. So again, character of Christ, very important.
Very true.
Wisdom of Solomon 4:1. Better is it to have no children than to have Better is it to have no children and to have virtue, for the memorial thereof is immortal, because it is known with God and with men. See that? So your children are going to be known. Why do you think we talk about Solomon the way we do? Why do you think we talk about David? Why do you think we talk about these men's children? Why do you think we talk about Eli's sons? Their memorial is known with men and God. Your virtue will be known with men and God. When it is present, men take example at it. Ooh, that's a good one. And when it is gone, they desire it. It weareth a crown and triumpheth forever, having gotten victory, striving for undefiled rewards. But the multiplying broad of the ungodly shall not thrive, nor take deep rooting from bastard slips, nor lay any fast foundation. For though they flourish in branches for a time, yet standing not fast, they shall be shaken with wind, and through the force of winds they shall be rooted out. Wow. Let's talk about children, and if you have a bad integrity, bad virtue, your bad virtue will root you out. It'll make you look unstable. Or your lack of virtues. There's no bad virtues. 5. The imperfect branches shall be broken off. Their fruit unprofitable, not right to eat, yea, meat for nothing. For children begotten of unlawful beds are witness of the wickedness against their parents in their trial. Bam. But though the righteous be prevented with death, yet shall he be at rest. For honorable age, excuse me, for honorable age is not that which standeth in length of time. So what is it saying? Just because you live long don't mean you have an honorable age.
Right.
Ain't about the time, it's about what you did with your time. Nor that is measured by number of years, but wisdom is the gray head unto men. And unspotted life is an old age. That's and it's funny because you think about Yahweh Shai, 33 years old, and it's like, man, every time I think about him, I feel like he's like 90. The description, the white woolly hair,
Right.
just the way he kept himself, the way he kept things in order, you would think, 33? Hell nah.
Right.
33-year-olds are still trying to play Madden.
That's true.
Still trying to chase women.
Got it.
Still trying to chase money at 33. At 33, Yahweh Shai was just rock solid integrity. He pleased the Most High and was beloved of him, so that living among sinners he was translated. Yea, speedily was he taken away, lest that wickedness should alter his understanding. You know, again, we always talk about death and why the Most High kills. Most High said we gotta die. He said, for we must needs die. Right? But then we come back to, well, why did he take this man at such a young age? And why did he let this wicked nigga live so long? You ever think about that? Like the wicked be living long and the righteous, they be taken quick. Well, he's telling us why. To not taint their righteousness, to not let them be, not let their righteousness be skewed or breached through the process of time. That wearing down of the saints, that bewitching of naughtiness is going to tell us. What's that?
No, I would say that's definitely real.
Yeah. So sometimes the Most High is like, nope, you fulfilled a lot in the short term. Let's go. You coming with me. I don't want you to be tainted in any way. So remember, death ain't always somebody getting checked. Death is a preservation of a spirit. Remember Paul said it, deliver one up to Satan for the destroying of the flesh, but the saving of the soul? Con. The soul goes to the Most High. The flesh, the devil can have that. You can have that, right? But the soul, man, the Most High wants that.
Wow.
Right? 12, for the bewitching of naughtiness doeth obscure things that are honest. And that's it. To obscure something means to make it not appear crisp and clean. Right? To blur the lines. And that's what happens, man, where what is Satan's job? It's to blur the lines just enough for you to fall in that blurry vision. That's it. Just to not make things crystal clear. For you to make the wrong step and have a misstep and say, dang, I messed up and fall. That's it. That's all it takes. It don't gotta be no clear cut thing. He wants it to be blurry. Devil's in the details. He wants it to be just a little, you missed that point. Right? And the wondering of concupiscence doeth undermine the simple mind. What's that saying? That wondering of concupiscence or curiosity, it says it undermines the simple mind. The simple mind doesn't mean that it's a foolish person. It just means that it's you just got people that are just naive. You got real good people that are naive and people take advantage of them. That's what it's going into. Like, you got these people that are just naive to the world, man. They've been sheltered, they've been held in, and then they get around. When they get around the underbelly of the society, what happens? Well, they're easily bamboozled, they're easily taken advantage of, and they become what? The predator becomes the prey.
Right.
The prey becomes the predator. Excuse me. We see it all the time, man. You got the young, wholesome, nice little girl. Her family watched out for her. She got her mama, her daddy. They paid for everything. They looked out for her. They gave her the best they can give her. And all she had to do was meet that one guy. He pulled up on the bike, on the Harley or in the red Corvette. He was the bad guy of the crowd. He was the anti-hero, right? And she liked him. Smoked weed, she didn't drink, she didn't have sex, she didn't do any of that. And he was just so cool and he was cool and laid back, and he had the cigarette hanging from his mouth. Hey, babe, right? I can't do it. What's up, girl? And he looks cool, and she's like, oh my gosh. The wondering concupiscence, man, what kind of guy is that? My dad's not like that. Take a ride, girl. His cigarette smell like cologne. It don't smell like cigarette smoke somehow. It smells like cologne. Like, how you do that? Right? He's just cool, muscles bulging out of every area. Right? Everything he does is like there's slow-mo and wind behind his back.
The ring smoke.
Right, and he's just cool, and she's just naive, like, oh my God. But the whole time he's like, man, I want her because she ain't like other girls.
Yep.
She's wholesome and pure, and I want to taint that. That's how a lot of y'all got. A lot of you women, that's how you got. Some of y'all online, that's how you got. You were the wholesome, nice girl, well raised, and then what? Your naivete and your concupiscence, your curiosity, killed the cat syndrome got you. And you were curious about the bad guy. And he showed you, nah, girl, this is how you roll that. Nah, look, this is how you drink that, take it to the head. Right? Nah, this is how you do this. This is how you, and he put you on to all the game and tainted you.
Yep.
This is how some of you men got with the wrong chick or the wrong crowd, and the homeboy was like, nah, that's not how you do that. That's how you do that. Look. And he showed you how to do this and how to do that. Next thing you know, your innocence is gone. Right? Most I said he take them out the way. He takes them quickly so that doesn't happen. Right? 13, he being made perfect in a short time fulfilled a long time. Christ, man. David, Solomon, right? All these righteous men. They didn't live like their forefathers lived thousands of years or hundreds of years. David was what, in his 80s? David was like in his 80s, man. But he fulfilled what he had to fulfill in that time, gone. Christ, 33 years old, he fulfilled what he had to fulfill in 33 years. Gone. Like if you had to match this to somebody, you could say Yahweh Shai. Because you look at 33 years, it's like, he just be, remember the scriptures say a priest had to be a priest at the age of 30. He would go from 30 to 50. So think about that. He was gone at 33. How much did he fulfill for the Most High to say, okay, boom, that's it? Well, he fulfilled all that he had to fulfill. All the prophecies that were written of him, he fulfilled. You see that?
He was working.
He was getting it in. Yep. 3 years nonstop, city to city. For his soul pleased the Lord, therefore hastened he to take him away from among the wicked. This the people saw and understood not, neither laid up this in their minds, that his grace and mercy is with the saints, and that he hath respect unto his chosen. Think about that. What is this telling us here? That it is grace and mercy to be taken with the Most High. There is grace and mercy in death. Compared to what you got to deal with in the filth of this life. And if you live a clean life, the grace and the mercy is, what's the point of getting you dirty? If you fulfilled what you need to fulfill spiritually. What's the point of letting you get tainted if you did your job? Most High is not unjust, man, to forget your labor and love and the work you do towards his name. 16, thus the righteous that is dead shall condemn the ungodly which are living. So it's better to be a righteous man dead than be an ungodly man living. And youth that is soon perfected to many years, and old age of the unrighteous. For they shall see the end of the wise, and shall not understand what God has in his counsel, what God in his counsel hath decreed of him, and to what end the Lord hath set him in safety. They shall see him and despise him,
But the Most High shall laugh them to scorn, and they shall hereafter be a vile carcass. Because while that man you laughed at is dead, body, spirit with the Most High, you here on earth going through torments.
Yep.
Your body is with Satan and your mind is with Satan.
Okay.
Then when you die, your spirit goes right back to Satan. Ooh.
Damn.
That's the condemnation. The condemnation is that, see, remember the godly, the ungodly, thinking but not alright, saying but not alright. What man has come back from the grave? When you go to the Most High, ain't no coming back. There ain't no life after death. There is a life after death. That's where the ungodly are condemned. They're condemned because when the righteous die and they see that glory, that's the condemnation of the wicked. It's hard to explain. I hope y'all are with me. It's hard to explain. But the righteous get to see it and say, damn, what I did for my life was the right decisions.
Correct.
Remember we read in Prophet, is it to follow the ordinances and keep the law?
Right.
Well, you may not find out that real profit until you die. Where the ungodly is like, ain't no profit, so I ain't gonna do it. But they're condemned already. Because once they die, they're not gonna get that. That habitation.
Wow.
Yeah, it's cold, but see, that's why you gotta have faith. That's why you gotta have a high level of faith, because a lot of the things we're gonna receive is not gonna be in this life. A lot of the benefits you're fighting for ain't for America. Don't y'all get it? The things that you're warring for ain't to live comfortable in America or even in this flesh.
Right.
That's some cold work right there. That's a high, you gotta have a high level of faith to say, damn, so I'm storing up works and fighting and going through stuff here that I can't benefit from here. Well, guess what? Every fruit tree don't grow instantly.
It's true.
Right? Every herb don't grow instantly. Right? Every seed you plant ain't gonna be for that seed grow in that next season. Right? Some drop and they gotta wait a whole season to come up. A whole other lifetime to come up. You see that? So that's how we gotta think. Like, man, the things that I'm doing now, some of the things I'm doing now, the majority of what I'm doing now ain't even for this life. That's a heavy, heavy thought. That's deep to me. To me, that's deep.
Yes.
I'm doing things that's not even pertaining to this life, not even pertaining to this flesh. That some of the things I do now are gonna put me are gonna determine what part of the spiritual realm I get to, whether it be hell or heaven. That's why we got to get it right. Solomon is telling us here, man. Where did I end? See him, despise him evermore. For 19.
Yeah.
For he shall rend them and cast down headlong, that they shall be speechless. And he shall shake them from the foundation, and they shall be utterly laid waste. And be in sorrow, and their memorial shall perish. And when they cast up the accounts of their sins, whoa, hold up now. It says, and when they cast up the accounts of their sins, they shall come with fear, and their own iniquity shall convince them to their face.
Wow.
Damn. When they cast up the accounts of their sins, who gives the accounts of our sins? Who's recording everything? The angels, the angels, right? That's a. Whew. And when they cast up the accounts of their sins, see, so the wicked ain't gonna be condemned until what? They stand before the Most High, and their sins become their accusers, like it says in the scriptures. It says your own sins will be your accuser.
2 Ezra 16:25.
Right. So I need to put that with that, right?
You can link it with 2 Ezra chapter 16 and verse 25.
Right.
16 and 65. I'm sorry.
Read that real quick.
What's up?
No, I didn't write it yet. Read it real quick.
It's 2 Ezra chapter 16 verse 65.
That's a cold scripture.
And when your sins are brought forth, ye shall be ashamed before men, and your own sins shall be your accusers in that day.
1665?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Oh,
Yeah.
and then look, it tells you too. Verse 66, what will ye do? Or how will ye hide your sins before the Most High and his angels?
Right, because who's bringing up your sins? Who's bringing those up to the Most High? The angels, man. It's crazy. So they're just letting you store up all your sins, and they just putting them in the memory banks on the hard drive, right? They phone got 500 gigs of memory, and they just like, oh yeah, look, we just record that. They just got you, they just recording you. They got a lifetime of memory, and they just like, here, y'all. They had him on the phone, he was watching the video of your life.
Oh.
Like that, he was snorting crack. Then he was pimping hoes. She was getting pimped. Abusing her children. She hated her husband. You going through all the things. And it's like, what you gonna do? Wow. Your iniquity, it says, their own iniquity shall convince them of what? I should have did better. That there is a God, that there is an afterlife. Why would you wait that long? Why? Think about it. Just on the off chance that the Bible is wrong. Wouldn't you just err on the side of caution and say, just in case. Let me just, no, or that the Bible is right and that you're wrong. Wouldn't you just in case, let me just follow the Bible. Just in case, let me just, you know what I mean? Err on the side of caution.
Right.
Because what's the worst that can happen? You follow the Bible, it ain't true, and then what? You just disappear into a smoke anyway. Right. Right? You just disappear into a dust. Right? Like a smoke of dust. It's gone. 1 minute the incense is burning, the next minute it's not. Right? Wouldn't you just, man, let me just in case.
And the cool part is, if you just follow the Bible, you will start to see the benefits of following the Bible.
Right. Just in case, let me just do that.
Yep.
But you got, no, I ain't doing that. That ain't real. Okay, so you gonna bet on that. You willing to bet your spirit on that.
I'm grown. No one can tell me what to do.
Cool. You gonna be grown in heaven, looking at the Most High with a shook ass face.
Yep.
And a tore up spirit. So, any questions on that? That last scripture was nasty. That last scripture was meaty. Yeah. Any questions? Off the reading, on the reading? Yeah, I'm gonna slide over to the I didn't get over there before 5. Slide over to the lamb spot, wrapped it up. Lamb chops, play along. I'm so ready, man. I'm so ready for Passover.
Man, I'm for real.
Lamb chops. Right, get my lamb up. See the bros. All the bros are gonna be here. I think everybody's gonna start peeling in by Thursday.
Last week I couldn't even walk.
What happened?
While my growing, I pulled it some kind of way. I don't know.
Oh, I know what. Yeah.
Walk.
I had a full groin in Rochester.
It looked like he was not healed. I told my real, I said,
they don't.
I'm not feeling like this.
They never heal, right?
It heals.
If I am, you gonna roll me in that wheelchair. I ain't missing that path.
It heals. It just takes. You gotta like really stay off it.
Yeah,
I pulled my groin in Rochester, and I was giving them the business on that court. Pulled groin and all. It didn't even matter. Every time I played, I would reheard it.
I don't know.
Every time I played, I would reheard it.
Well, I tell you what, a 61-year-old pull groin.
Yeah, it's different. No, it's different. Okay. No, oh, listen, mine was no punk either, but I feel you. Mine would hit, and then it would just get numb all the way down to my toes. Yeah, and I had to just chill for a minute, and I'm like, nope, I'm gonna fight through this, and I just get on the court, abuse them, make them look bad. Yeah, they was getting that work. What's that? Is that it? I might even punch you down. Right?
Hey, is this my headband?
It might be.
It's mine, huh?
Yeah. So Magun said he got his. They said it was Magun's, but he got his.
Yeah, sorry, that's a 4.
A 4?
I'm not.
Oh yeah.
It's your head size.
But it's not my head size.
That's not yours.
No, it is, but
yeah. I got a smaller version.
Big head.
Got a lot of hair.
Yeah, big head.
Right. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Barakashai. Shemai.
Shemai.
Aita.
Aita.
Anawa.
Anawa.
Barakashai.
Barakashai.
Shalak. Shalak.
Shalak.
Shalak.
Shalak.
Wa'alahayim.
Wa'alahayim.
Shalak.
Shalak.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Knowledge.
Knowledge.
Understanding.
Understanding.
Barakashai.
Barakashai.
Barak.
Barak.
Rapah.
Rapah.
Kazak.
Kazak.
Izar.
Izar.
Magun.
Magun.
Samak.
Samak.
Yasha'ala.
Yasharallah.
Barakashai.
Barakashai.
Shalak.
Shalak.
Aita.
Aita.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
For in him is our hope.
For in him is our hope.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Tabyad.
Tabyad.
Aman.
Amen. Yahweh and the name of Yahushai, please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh shall come quickly, for indeed is our hope, always and forever. Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Hathalanawa. Hathawara.
Hatawara. That's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Hathalanawa.
Hathalanawa.
Awar. Lara'ah.
Lara'ah. This blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Hathalanawa.
Hathalanawa.
Ayah. Warah.
Para'ah.
Para'ah.
Ha.
Ayin.
Ayin. That's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Hathalanawa. Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayat.
Lamashat.
Lamashat. Yasher Allah.
Yasharallah. That's blessed you, Yahweh, and then Yahushai that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning,
And thy faithfulness every night.
and thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon a psaltery.
And upon a psaltery.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
Upon the harp with solemn sound.
For thou,
Lord,
hast made me glad through thy works.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Lord, how great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither does a fool understand this.
Neither does a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish.
Thine enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn, shalt thou exalt, like the horn of unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire are my enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
And he shall grow like the cedar of Lebanon.
And he shall grow like the cedar of Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Yahushai.
Those that be planted in the house of the Yahushai.
Shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
Shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
They shall still bring
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Psalms 1.
No, you do it. Get Psalms 133.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Kamalawat.
Kamalawat.
Ladiwad.
Ladiwad.
Ana.
Ana.
Ha.
Ha.
Twab.
Twab.
Wama.
Wama.
Naayam.
Naayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Atwab.
Atwab.
Ayun.
Ayun.
Hararash.
Hararash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayun.
Ayun.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharwan.
Aharwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayun.
Ayun.
Paya.
Paya.
Mariwatiwa.
Malawakiwa.
Katol.
Katol.
Karawan.
Karawan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayun.
Ayun.
Hararia.
Hararia.
Desire 1.
Desire 1.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayam.
Kayayam.
Ay. Walam.
Walam.
Psalm 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descends upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Tawada.
Tawada.
Yad.
Yad.
Aman.
Aman.
Circle it up. Tell them dose. We shall say. Call it.
Men of Israel. Amadi. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Rakatham.
Kumeshral.
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 Yad Matah. Turn and face the sisters. Call it.
Salute not the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel. Barak.
No.
No. Forgive me.
Say it again.
Salute not the daughters of Zion. Amadi. Barak.
Yahweh Shabbat, Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Supposed to call that name. Shalom to everybody on the line. We didn't forget about it. Say shalom to everybody on the line.
Shalom.
We'll see y'all back here. We will have class Wednesday, and then we'll see y'all for Passover. Passover, boy.
Chilling up in the kingdom, chilling with Yahweh Shai and all the